Hello there, and welcome back to day 4 of the EFRA Tony Sport 1/10 Electric Off-Road European Championships, brought to you by Tony Sport, Schumacher and Hobbywing. We are at the fantastic Robin Hood Raceway venue, just outside of Blythe in Nottinghamshire. Thank you very much to everybody that has joined us today for the feed. We are kicking off very shortly with round 5 of timed practice for these guys out here now. I believe we actually have the top heat from round 4 about to go out on track now to do one of their last rounds of sort of open practice, if you like. So what's happening now, we've got some time practice going on up until round 6 of practice, where the seeding will start as it did in two-wheel drive on Monday. So what we're looking at, once we get into round 6 and round 7, which will be the last 2 rounds of practice today, the guys and girls out on track will be looking at putting their 2 fastest consecutive laps in to seed them for qualifying, which starts tomorrow. Looking at what we've got out on the track at the moment, weather has stayed dry overnight. We are forecast sort of a chance of rain, not too much up here at the moment, so I'd likely to stay dry all day, which I think the guys are pretty happy about. There's been a couple of changes of rules, or one's pretty significant change on the tyre rule especially, which means that the competitors can now use super glue, believe it or not, on the outside edge of their front tyres. Now what that does is it just calms the front end of these cars down a little bit. Obviously with the 4 wheels driving these cars around the track, you do see an awful lot more grip being generated, which can cause some issues as far as the high grip surfaces in these cars are concerned. So the team managers had a meeting this morning. It was unanimously agreed that for the 4-wheel drive portion of this event, the front wheels could have a layer of super glue around the outside of them just to take that edge off. Looking at things so far this morning, we've had some hot laps put in, already quicker than we've been looking at over the last few days with the 2-wheel drives. I think we've had Bruno Coelho put in a 22.2 second lap. There has been a change on the track, as you can see on your picture now, where Lee Martin is stood just at the right-hand side on the Robin Hood banner there. That was a straight-through run when we had the 2-wheel drive cars going round. Now we have the 4-wheel drive. There's a small step up. Have a look on the EFRA Facebook page. On there, I did a small video this morning just with a quick walk around, just to show the layout of the track and how things have changed for these guys that are out and about. So, out on track at the moment, this is Heat 9 for round 4 of practice. As I say, we've got round 5 to go before the seeding actually starts on this one. So, plenty of time for these guys today to get out on track, have some time with their cars. Fastest guys out there at the moment, certainly when we did the walk around earlier, it seems like Bruno Coelho seems to be fairly hot favourite for this event, especially the 4-wheel drive side of it. Current 4-wheel drive world champion, obviously, for Bruno Coelho there. And certainly has been proving himself out on track this morning. I don't think anybody has touched that 22.2 lap time that he's put down there. We'll just have a look what everybody's doing at the moment. So, what have we got? Marcus Kerup actually has, as I've been saying that, has a 22.19. Bruno Coelho's come in with a 22.12. It looks like we're going to be dropping into those 21-second laps fairly quickly, to be honest with you. So I'd imagine before we finish practice today, we will be seeing those sub-22-second laps coming through. I'd be surprised if we get past a 21.5, so 21.5. I would imagine at this point will probably be one of the quicker laps that we will see at this point in the competition. However, things have been hot out on track there this morning. Lots of mistakes have been made so far. We have like we said, we have got a couple of changes on the track. So you can see where Lee Martin is currently running back to his marshal position there. Just in front of Lee, we've affectionately named the marshal position the Dong of Justice, as every time somebody seems to hit that small marshal position there, we do get a nice loud dong. Everybody is well aware of somebody that's hit it, and it certainly caused a few breakages this morning, namely for Jorn Neumann, who hit that earlier on and snapped one of the wishbones off of the front of his car. Just in Tommy Hall, current two-wheel drive European champion from yesterday, take a bit of a tumble as he came over the steps. Can't see too much at the bottom end of the track at the moment. We've got a bit of a camera angle that's more focused up this end. However, we will be moving the camera shortly. So once we've got that in play, we'll follow some of these guys round. Looks like we've got, just coming past there, you see Lee Martin's running out. That's Tommy Hall's car that he's just flipped over. So I'll follow Tommy round with my voice until we get the camera going. So nice lines through the off-camber sweeper for everybody today. Obviously, it's not too much of a change from the two-wheel drive track. So these guys are fairly used to how sort of the muscle memory is going to work in their hands to get them around the quickest. Only, like I say, the small section just after the driver's tabletop, where we now have the dong of justice to make sure that everybody stays within the boundaries of the track limits. As I say, it has called a couple out this morning, as have the marshal positions down on the straight. Una Hatton snapped a front wishbone on the number 8 position there. It does happen from time to time. These guys are really pushing the cars as hard as they can at the moment. As I say, these practice rounds are not seeded right now up until we hit round 6 when the seeding will actually start. So everybody trying to push as hard as they possibly can just to really test the limits of their cars as the track stands at the moment. So that is your top heat done. We will now move into round 5 of practice. Round 5, of course, being the last of the rounds we will see before the seeding starts. So we'll run through this one, which is a fairly open practice heat at the moment. Say open, it is timed, and obviously everybody is in their heat positions. So to let you know who is coming out on track now, we have the car number 1 of Felix Arnold. Car 2 is Nina Arnold. 3 is Danny Gross. Then we've got 4 is Chris Bowden in the Associated. 5 will be the only Welshman at the event, Martin Hadley. 6 is Miklos Sabados in the Schumacher. Chris James in the Yokomo in car 7. Car 8 is Cone Middlecoop in the Schumacher. And Ardid Valdrensis is in the Yokomo in car 9 from Norway. So these guys now just having a bit of a swap over on track. There might be a small gap as we go into the next round. I know we were running about 48 minutes behind, I believe, according to the official timekeepers. We've managed to claw that back this morning. So we're now only about half an hour behind the printed schedules that you would see out online at the moment. This being the case, I think these guys are not messing about anymore. So I think we will be out and running fairly quickly after this one. Not too sure exactly where we are with these guys now, but I think we are going to run in heat order as per the timing schedule. So we're just checking out exactly how this is going to pan out for these guys at the moment. And so we've got James Helliwell. There might be a few technical issues up on the rostrum before we can get the next heat out. So we just got James up on the rostrum, feeding a couple of wires in by the looks of it. And as I say, weather has been very kind to us so far this week. Only real rain we've had was going into day 2 of qualifying overnight. Yeah, it wasn't too much of a change. By the time we actually got into the qualifying rounds, the track had completely dried out and is actually as fast as it's been all week so far. These guys are now not in direct sunlight anymore, so the track is not being baked as it was for the beginning part of the week. We're in a pretty overcast situation. As we all know, that lowers the track temperature slightly, but it has meant the track runs slightly quicker than it will do when the sun is actually beating down on it and bringing all the dust out. So we've got a couple of these guys now heading back towards the track. I'd imagine we've got a few minutes break in between each round as things stand, but we are, like I say, going into round 5 shortly. I'm just going to scribble down the quickest lap time we've had. As I say, I think that is Bruno Coelho, a 22.12. So 22.12 for Bruno. Okay, compared to realistically hot lap of Tommy Hall, which I think was about, or was it Marcus Kerup, I think with a 22.5 yesterday. So we're already looking 0.4 of a second quicker in the four-wheel drive, even with the extra corner that's been put in at this end of the track. So you just see Paul out there. Paul Bateman's run out to collect the camera that we are going to have set up to give you a view of the bomb hole as they go through. A bit disappointing that we haven't been able to bring that one to you. Unfortunately, the camera angles just don't quite allow for it as we are. So we've had the smaller camera, the little GoPro out there. Paul gradually making his way across the track. See if he can clear the single. Makes it across the top nicely. Nice wide line for Paul there as he brings the camera in. That's probably his fastest lap, to be fair, that he's done round here. So here he comes with the camera. We will get that one set back up as we go into proper qualifying and final rounds over the next couple of days. Obviously, tomorrow will be the final rounds of seeding practice. So today, rounds 6 and 7, we'll see these guys seed with their 2 fastest laps, and that will put them in their qualifying heats for tomorrow. But tomorrow, what will happen is we will then seed again for your starting position in your qualifying heats. A little bit complicated, but we do get there, and it does seem to work out pretty well for these events. So I think I can see what's happening up on the rostrum now. So what has happened is we are inundated with what Nick would call the thunderflies or the thunderbugs or whatever they are. We are pretty covered in them. I've got maybe 20 of them on me as we speak. So what's happened up on the rostrum is we now have some electric fly catchers being hung the length of the rostrum there, which I'm sure James and everybody else is hoping will take care of at least some of the flying insects we've got around the track. It is, as I can see, I look at Matt stood next to me, and I can see at least 6 on one of his arms there and a few on his face. But we're kind of, I think we're just kind of learning to live with bugs on us, aren't we? You get less and less itchy as time goes by. You just tend to ignore them, but they are absolutely everywhere up here. We are in the middle of a farm, in the middle of farming country up in the northeast of the UK, or just about in the northeast. Paul gets very upset with me for saying this. It's not the Midlands.
This is Nottinghamshire.
Everything north of Bristol is north.
It's the Midlands. Bristol?
Yeah, Bristol is the Midlands. Are you going to take my jelly babies? Of course you can have one. Do you not like the strawberry fizzy lances that you brought in that are extremely sour? No. Okay. I'll eat those. Okay. I'll eat those. So, do you know how long we've got before these guys are allowed back out or before they finish with the electrics up on the rostrum? I have no news on this. This news would be good for us and the viewers.
You started a live stream just as the track closed.
Well, the thing is, nobody had told us the track was about to close. So we started the live stream ready to go into round 5 of practice, and the track has closed. So maybe we should go off air for half an hour and come back.
Maybe you should do some research.
Maybe we should. Thanks, man. That attitude is why you were only given 1 T in your name. Okay. So it looks like we have got a couple of guys coming out of the pits now and heading up towards race control. We've got 1 car on the track at the moment. I can imagine this is going to be fairly quick as we push through. So maybe about 1:30, or possibly Matt's going to go and have a word and see what we've got going on or when the next heat is going to come out on track. I'm fairly sure after the delays today, we were trying to push through fairly quickly to catch back up on where we are. Literally about a round behind this morning before we even started. Few little delays, couple of changes to go through. However, that has been taken care of now, and it's just been a case of trying to catch back up to where we should be. Make sure everybody can get back to the hotels and have something to eat before they head into tomorrow's slightly more serious side of the racing in the qualifying. And then obviously the super serious side on Saturday when we hit all of the final races for the four-wheel drive portion of the event and finish our closing ceremony. Not too sure whether we're going to cover the closing ceremony or not. Maybe one of us will be staying behind to do that. However, we will certainly have all of the finals, all of qualifying covered as best that we possibly can. So it looks like we've got the top heat heading up towards race control. These guys are probably going to be heading out to Marshall fairly soon. We'll keep an eye on the times and just make sure that we are on top of what is happening out there. Not sure if we've got anybody heading up to race control just to find out when the next heat is going to be started or how long we've got before this one kicks off. Looking around the edge of the track, though, we've got a few people hanging around at the moment, so I don't know whether people are just hanging on because this is a fairly short switch over or a gap that we've got. Does kind of look like we've got Neil Cragg over there sat down. Simon Moss, our commentator for the day at the track, keeping the racers informed of what's going on. Seems to be, he's dropped his mic down there. We've got no ref up on the rostrum. Let's see what Matt says. Has Matt been over and got any updates for us at all? He hasn't. He has no updates for us. He's just coming in rubbing his shirt like a madman. Jelly baby dust, that's what they all say. Bit of jelly baby dust, honestly. Is it similar to your toothpaste stain on the top of your T-shirt as well? Yeah, I can't believe you actually looked. So, have you sent Paul over to find some times for us? Thank you. That'd be splendid. My lead won't reach, otherwise I'd quite happily walk over there. It's the thing, I'm the T-boy until I get on the microphone, and then I get to tell people what to do, which is how I like it, really. So Matt's now wandering over to race control. We'll get some timings off these guys. Obviously, we were told earlier today there were going to be no more gaps. We were going to be pushing straight through. Not sure what the extra delay is on this one as we stand. Yes, Paul has got the GoPro back. We did see Paul run across the scamper across the track, I think is the correct word for Paul's efforts there. I'm pretty sure he wasn't mincing, though. He wasn't mincing. Unlike the other day, where he did have a good mince across the track, he has not minced today and proven himself to be a valued member of the team by collecting our GoPro from the bomb hole in the centre of the track there. Like I say, we'll do our best to get that one back up. It's a very good picture of that section of the track, which we haven't been able to see all week. On top of that, I have been given by the Irish guys, actually, by the Irish team here. They came in to see me earlier, and I do have, how many have I got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 branded caps. Baseball caps. So if anybody is here at Robin Hood Raceway and would like one of these branded caps, please come to see me. Come and see me in the commentary booth, and I will gladly hand a cap out to you to show that you have been listening to the show and have turned up to the event itself. Save that happening, and I end up with 5 caps to take home for myself. Or 6 caps to take home for myself. I'm quite happy with that also. I'll probably give them to one of the podcast guys to give out at the end of the year for their Christmas shows. Here we have the news. What's the news? They're coming out. We didn't have long to wait.
What were we worried about?
But I don't know what we were worried about. You started panicking. That panicked me. Paul started mincing around the track. He's gone for a lie down, has he? We've discussed that he wasn't actually mincing. I kind of discussed it with myself after Paul had a word in my ear, and we discovered he's scampering. Scampering today. It's a much better word, I think. Lolloping would also go with his beautiful hair. So we have now Heat 1. Making their way onto the track. Hopefully we'll have some camera action for you guys as well. I can't actually see what you're talking about. No. Oh, I see. Thank you. That was a much clearer when you use words rather than just point at things. So Paul has gone for a natural break in the gap between rounds. So as I said before, I'll just let you know who is in this one. We have car 1 of Felix Arnold, car 2 Nina Arnold. I don't have anything from the Swiss guys on what cars they're driving in the list that I got given before the event. Car 3 Daniel Gross, car 4 Chris Bowden in the Associated, car 5 Martin Hadley. Not sure whether he's using an X-Ray or an AE today. We'll find out off of him shortly. Then we have car 6 of Miklos Sabados in the Schumacher, Chris James in car 7 in the Yokomo, Cone Middle Coupe in the Schumacher in car 8. Car 9 is Arild Valderens in the Yokomo. So these guys underway now. We'll keep an eye on lap times. I will get Paul to come in and set us up with the chat feed so I can see what all of you lovely people are saying out there as we're going through qualifying. And of course, once we do have Paul back from his natural break, we should have some camera movement for you, and then we can take some requests on who to follow through the practice heats.
It's called I just got to the top of the tower and now you want me to come back down again. Right.
I don't need you to come back down.
Yes, you did. You said you need to set up the laptop. Coming down now.
Yes, I do. I do need you to do that. Sorry. Sorry, yeah, Paul is now, he's just got himself up to TV tower, and I've called him back down to set us back up on the live feed with the chat stream so I can have a chat to you guys. Here he comes, lolloping down the stairs. Very good. Very good. Thank you very much, Paul. So we're just going to get this one set up quickly for you guys as we keep an eye on who's out on track. Just gone past me there is the car 4 of Chris Bowden. Chris down the end of the straight and along the off-camber sweeper. Drops into the bomb holders, Chris. Through the centre section, fairly clean there. Chris doesn't look like he's really pushing his car too much. Oh, terrible jump there over the first tabletop, landed him straight on the concrete in the middle of the track. He lost a lot of time there, so Chris is going to be trying to get himself back onto some sort of pace. Car looks nice and smooth though, so seems to be taking the bumps pretty well on this track. I don't know, a bit of a big crash along the off-camber sweeper. Okay, so Chris Bowden should be coming back round past us in a second. There he goes in the Associated. So Chris now just following the other 2 cars down the straight. Last of those 3 that's gone down the straight there. And you guys can't see that too well, unfortunately. I think Chris has actually got, he's got caught up with another car and has gone over. So just managed to reach the bomb hole now. He's had a little bit of a tumble in the bomb hole as well. So Chris not having the best of runs on this final round of practice before the seeding practice starts. Yeah, nice line past the Dong of Justice. So weather's still holding out for us here. A lot of patchy cloud in the sky, though. There's some big clouds about, so at any point we are expecting a bit of a downpour to be able to happen. Things like we may have had some rain further off in the distance, but we have been extremely lucky here at Robin Hood Raceway for the 10th scale electric Euros. These guys will be praying for a little bit of rain just to take the edge out of this track. As I said earlier on, guys are now starting to glue the outside edge of their front tyres only. So the ruling is that you can now glue the outside edge, of course, of your front tyres on the four-wheel drive cars, just to take a bit of the edge out of them as you're going into a corner. A lot of them are doing that and have said, as we did a bit of a pit walk, that seems to be what everybody is concentrating on, is finding the right pattern to cut out of the spikes on the fronts. So some of them will be cutting diagonal lines across the spikes. Some of them will just do flat rows across the edges. There we go. Paul very kindly has put the feed up for us. Thank you very much, Paul. So let's have a look who we've got out here today. So Jerry Helson, hey to everyone. Hi, Jerry. BJ Williams, so full drive mains are on Saturday. They are indeed. Neil Carbis says, go Martin Hadley. Go Martin. Thanks for that, Neil. BJ Williams, okay. Quello's trending four-wheel drive world champ, as was noted. Let's see if the B74.1s have the same as the B6.4s. We will see exactly how those guys get on there. Okay, Mark Burton Run says, Quello runs X-ray, though. He certainly does. Famous running his X-rays. Discussion between Mark and BJ Williams. Brian Crawley says, is there a drone up? No. There are no drones up because we're too close to an airfield. So the drones that we have here on site literally will not take off. The software that's in the drones stops them from taking off near the airport that we're close to. So unfortunately, no drone footage or anything up high from here. Richie Thorne says it was a tiny cloud. Not sure what that is or whether it's whether he's talking about the drone. It's bugs on the camera lens. I see now. Yes, it is bugs on the camera lens. Many bugs. No, none on there. Paul having a look there to see if there were any you could see. There were bugs on the camera lens, I believe, but they have gone now. So Mark Buttonio says Neil Cragg has a good chance with the B74. Brian Crawley says, on my way from Retford for a hat. Go, Brian. Come and get one, buddy. Come and get one. There's one waiting for you here. Come on and see me in the red and white control booth thingy. And you can have one of these ProTech RC hats. There you go. So, Neil Craig's a good chance with the B74.1. Neil, confident out there. But I would say all of the associated guys pretty much, with the exception of Marcus Kerrup, who seems to be absolutely smashing some really quick lap times in. Yeah, a little way off of Quello at the moment. So whether these guys can pull something out in the later heats or whether they're holding back a little bit just to test the cars, I'm not too sure. However, as things stand, Quello is certainly the kind of firm favourite with most of the drivers we spoke to this morning when we did the pit walk. You can find that pit walk on the EFRA Facebook page. Please do go and have a look on there. A couple of videos from this morning, some early practices that I did from the live feed, and of course the pit walk that me and Matt with 1T did as well. So just waiting for this one to kick off. There we go. Drivers out there for round 2 of practice, or heat 2 of practice. James Chappell. We hang car 1. Car 2 is Jules Revedy. Car 3, Scott Follington. Car 4, Andrew Rennick. Car 5, Peter Stein. 6 is John Miles. 7, Sven Ruddig. Sebastian Landon in car 8. And Adrian Sognesund in the associated in car number 9. So who are we with there, Paul?
I think it's 5.
I think it's number 5. So if that is number 5, that is the associated of Peter Stein. I'll just double check as he comes past the video. I don't think that is the 5. Oh no, you're on that one there. So let's see as he comes back around. It is. There you go. So we're following the number 5 car of Peter Sognesund around there. Terrible crash at the beginning of the straight. Doesn't mean anything at this point though, because we have this round of practice to go. And once this round of practice is done, all of the heats need to be clear of this round, so we'll get through the top heat, and then we'll go back to heat number 1 again. And at that point, we will be on practice round number 6, and we will be seeding for positions in qualifying, or heats in qualifying at least. Okay, still with Adrian Sognesund at the moment. If you guys have any requests for anybody to follow in this one, we've had let's have a look. So Christian Taylor says, good luck, John Miles. So John Miles in the car number 6. That's the X-ray that was upside down in front of me, pink and black one there, just about to go on the straight. Second of those 2 cars. Pinky one at the very bottom of the track there, over the roller. And just about to drop into the bomb hole now. There he goes.
God, this is really difficult. not the camera, but it's the insects. I'm just itching all over. Face, and therefore I want to take my hand off the camera to scratch my face. They're just, I don't know how the drivers are doing it.
No, it's madness, isn't it? I take it everybody can hear you, Paul, and I'm not just sounding like I'm a madman again.
Well, I hope so, but unfortunately, on a Thursday, we're thin on the ground, and therefore I may have not set the audio mixer up correctly.
Okay.
And it might be a good idea if somebody in chat could just say if they could hear us or not.
If somebody in chat could tell us if you can hear Paul. Anybody there? Kristen Taylor was one of the last ones. And I'll tell you what, if you tell me if you can hear Paul when he's talking. So say something now, Paul.
I just followed a car go off the track, and now I'm trying to see if there's any more that I can follow. I'm going to go on this one.
Okay, so if any of you could hear what Paul was saying there, please let us know. As we're very thin on the ground today with me and Paul doing the cameras and commentary, with nobody in the truck, hence the moving camera rather than the switching cameras. Matt is around somewhere, likely doing some interviews or a little bit of montage footage for us. So I can see him on the very, very far side of the track. So currently with the... Oh, I didn't quite see that number as it went past there. I'll have a look, see if Paul can zoom in on that one. Unfortunately, not clear enough to be able to quite see the number on that car. I'll check as they just come back past us here. Oh, a tumbler. Looks like a 0 on it. Let's have a look.
9. It's
a number 9. So this is the number 9 car of Adrian Sognesend. So Mark Chinnery says, we can hear you. Kristen Taylor says, yes, we can hear. Yes, we can hear him. Yes, they can hear you, Paul. They can hear you. Okay, so car number 6, if you can, please, Paul. That would be the car of John Mayle. Let's see if we can get John for the last sort of 40 seconds of this one. That was an 8 that just went past me in the 4. That's the 3.
5.
Oh, he hasn't just pulled off there, has he? That's the end of this one anyway. That's over. So unfortunately, what we'll do is we'll follow him next. I'll make sure I'll put a little note next to a little star next to his name there.
The other thing that we have to remember is that the live feed is actually about 40 seconds delayed. So if you at home think there's 2 minutes left on the clock, there's only 1 minute 20.
Yes.
So try and get your requests for follows early, if you know what I mean.
Yes, nice and early, please. The earlier you can do it, the more likely it is we're going to see these and be able to follow them through. James Douglas says, Paul is loud and clear. Thank you, chaps. Thank you very much for letting us know. Who's your favourite for the event this so far then, Paul? Obviously, Quaylo's out there with the drivers, seems to be pretty firm favourite as we stand.
Yes, I heard.
Have you got a particular favourite?
No, it's like...
they're all your favourite. Is that what you're saying?
It's like you can't have a favourite child, can you? You're not allowed that. And therefore, they're all my favourites, yes.
Can you have one that you like the least?
Oh, yes. Okay. Oh, I've got one of those in real life.
I'll be picking up another dog in a few weeks' time, so I'm hoping that I'm going to love them just the same, and I don't have favourites with my dog children. Okay, heat 3 of practice. About to come on the track. So that is car 1 of David Kardec. Car 2, the Schumacher of David Scott, and then we've got another Schumacher of Bastian Andresen. Remy Bertrand in the Co-Show, Lucas Didier Associated, Laurent Jesus in the Associated, Martin Owen in the Schumacher, of course, 1/10 off-road BRCA chairman for the UK. Natalie Williams then in the car number 8 in the Yokomo, and then we have Freddie Russell in what I can only assume is going to be a TLR in car number 9. So let's have a look. Okay. Any requests for this one, please do let us know. These guys off and running. And so Paul has chosen his favourite, although he said he didn't have a favourite.
No, just a least favourite. And you have to be careful about not telling anybody who your least favourite child is, but he wouldn't appreciate it if I told you.
Okay, so that is the number 9 car. I think that is Freddie Russell. Yes, it is in the TLR by the looks of it. So we'll follow Freddie round for a few laps there in the pink and white one. Looks like Freddie is getting a little bit of hassle from what I can only assume is Martin Owen. Looks like Martin Owen's colours there. He's just gone past him at some considerable speed. Martin obviously much, much happier in the four-wheel drive than he was the 2. Oh, Freddie made up a little bit of time through that section there, but Martin cutting it really oh, dear. Oh, dear. Over he goes. Still, as I say, no seeding done in this one as we stand. It is going to be the next round that we come to where the seeding actually starts. So, still currently with Freddie Russell at the moment. Nice line for Freddie through the centre section there, over the back tabletop. Not quite the wide line we were seeing before. I'm not sure there's too much need to do that now with the way that the track is going around the corner. These guys really were trying to flatten that last jump out yesterday in the two-wheel drive. As I say, the idea at this point is to anchor it up and bring it back in to cut across where the Dong of Justice is, up to Commentator's Corner here. So not quite as wide, especially in these early heats. We'll keep an eye on the top heats, and we'll see how, say the top heats, the later heats, and just see how those guys are going on. So if you can just drop back a car, Paul. There you go. That would be Martin Owen. Just double check that. It is Martin Owen in the 7. So Martin through the centre chicane there, over the first of the tabletops, around the little burn. Gets himself caught a bit on the barrier. Certainly not a wide line through the last tabletop for Martin Owen, but gets himself nicely through the switchbacks with a good tight line there. So these guys really are just testing at this point. They understand that there is no seeding to be done from this round. It is just a case to, well, a chance really just to check the cars out. Oh, a terribly squiggly line through the chicane for Martin there. Would have lost a fair amount of time if this was a seeding round. Maybe a little overzealous on the back tabletop with a flat landing. However, still looking much more comfortable in the four-wheel drive than the 2 is Martin Owen there. Much more settled in that one than he did in his other car. So he's caught back up to Freddie Russell now. So after that mistake from a couple of laps ago, or a few laps back, Martin has gradually put the pace down. Freddie's over in exactly the same place that he passed Martin earlier on in this heat. So drop back a couple of cars if you can, Paul. So we've done Freddie there. There we go. So we'll follow that one round for a minute until I can see what number it is. I have a funny feeling that's a number 4, or is it the number 6? Let's see, just they come through the tabletops. The number 5. It was neither of the numbers that I said at all. I'm completely blind. So that is the car number 5, the Associated of Lucas Didier. A nice smooth line over the roller there as he drops into the bomb hole. Straight through the chicane. Lovely straight line through there if you get that right. Saves an awful lot of time. Freddie Russell's just gone over in front of us there. Didier's just gone past him nice and cleanly. Marshall brought him out the way. So I guess we'll see at this point what the pace of... Oh, see, I'd say we would do that. However, a couple of cars back there, Paul. We swapped over onto Freddie Russell there. One more back. There we go, just into the bomb hole. Out he comes. Nope, one in front.
One in front of that?
Yes.
Oh, well, that's quite a way.
That's
over there.
That's the one we were following. Unfortunately, what happened there earlier, as he just come up to the corner before the roller, he had caught the barrier and just had a bit of a nightmare, and I think that's where things got a bit mixed up. So we'll follow it around for the minute. Just coming up onto the back of the 2 cars in front of him. Obviously, he was way in front of them. However, that little crash has put him right back. And all that work to do again now to get past them, which is really what these guys are going to be aiming to doing at this point. Just testing themselves, the cars, and seeing how they perform against the other guys out on track. So, as I say, still with Lucas Didier, but this one is over, so they are pulling in now. We'll have a swap over. Marshall's coming in, not quite the strict regime that we had through qualifying, so these guys know what they're doing. We have the commentators trying to push them through as quickly as we can. Okay. Right then, so now these guys now just swapping their cars over. So hot lap in the last round of a 23.5, so 23.3 for David Scott. So David Scott with the 23.3 is the quickest one in heat number 3. A respectable lap. Over a second off of the fastest lap that we have seen today, though. So just wait for the marshals to come back out in their new positions. Natalie Williams making her way across the track there. Marshal point number 8. We'll see if we can follow Natalie round next time she comes out on track. Okay then. So, quick ant check on the jelly babies. No ants yet. They have not found my new stash of jelly babies.
So the ants have disappeared?
I wouldn't say they disappeared, but I took all of the sweets out of here except one packet of sweets, which was my ant trap last night. And when I collected them this morning and put them all in the bin, there was probably about 300 ants in there. So I'm hoping all of the ants just had a word with each other. They all came into that one packet of sweets, and I've now cleared them off. But we will see by the end of the day if that tact has worked or whether there are more than 200 ants at Robin Hood. We never know. We'll never know. Well, we might do. We might know later on. So these guys are off. As I say, this is practice heat 4. So car 1 is Noah Kaufman in the Associated. And then we've got car 2, Philip Maisinger in the Schumacher, Cedric Didier in the Associated in car 3, Dylan McBurney in the Schumacher in car 4, Lionel Lubbers in car 5, Pierre Pettididier in the Yokomo in car 6, Baptiste Roche in the Associated in car 8, Baptiste Roche in car 7 in the Associated, James Helliwell in the Associated in car 8, and then car 9 is Andrew Wesson in another Associated. So who are we with at the moment, Paul? Having a bit of a nightmare. I think that is the number 1 car of Noah Kaufman in the Associated by the looks of it.
I believe so.
Very nice. Drops into the bomb hole. Nice straight line through the chicane. A little bit slow coming out of that one this time. As I say, these guys are going to be just testing their lines, testing the track right now, just to see what the sort of limits are, whether they've cut the right amount of spikes off their tyres, how many layers of super glue they've got around the outside rim of the front. All of this stuff will be mentally noted by the drivers and teams. How you doing? You here for the hat? You are here for the hat. We have 1 hat to go. 5 more hats. Thank you very much. Yeah, good stuff. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Glad you're enjoying it. There we go. So we have given away 1 cap. 1 cap has gone. Make your way down to me in the commentary booth if you want one of the other 5 remaining caps that I have here. Very high quality caps they are too. None of them have been worn by me. I will say that. I'm quite happy to sign them if you want me to, but I would say probably better off getting someone like Tommy Hall or Bruno Coelho or maybe even the famous Neil Cragg or Lee Martin to sign one of these caps for you if you are coming down here to collect one. So we are still at the moment with Noah Kaufman. Drop back a car if you can, Paul. The orange and blue.
So was that the guy who came from Retford then?
Yeah.
Right, really did. Excellent.
Okay, I was concentrating on what you were saying, then I forgot to look at the number of the car that just went past. Sorry, Paul.
Multitasking and all.
Yes, looking and talking, 2 things I struggle with doing at the same time. Okay, so just coming back over the tabletops now. Marshall darts out the way. I couldn't see it again. It's too quick through there, and the number's too flat on the side of the car. You know what? Let's just find another car. Who's the white one behind him?
Oh, I don't know. I just picked up the one that was going past you at the time, which is car number 7. Okay. I did notice the number. Car number 7.
That would be the Associated of Baptiste Roche. So we'll stick with number 7 for the time being. We'll follow Baptiste Roche. Oh, very aggressive through the centre section there. Kicked out the back end, but I guess this is just a little, like I say, a little bit of a tester for these guys at the moment. Really wide through the switchbacks. That is not where you want to be going through those ones. I guess he just felt like a bit of a day at the beach. However, day at the beach does cost you a bit of time, and on these sort of events, you can't be costing any time for yourselves at all. There you go, much cleaner line through the chicane there. Let's see how he gets on through the tabletops. Gets past the Dong of Justice and into the switchbacks pretty quickly. However, coming out of commentator corner and into the switchback, seems like we do have a wide line being taken there. Let's have a look as he comes around again. So just going to try and avoid Martin Owen in the bomb hole. Over the tabletops. Okay, let's see if he goes wide again. Not too bad that time. Not too bad. It's just trying to make me look silly. That's absolutely fine. As long as he's sorted his lines out, that's the main thing. That's the aim. So round into the bomb hole he goes. I'll tell you what, it's James Helliwell that's leading us out at the moment in this one. Unsurprising, as James is a huge fan of the four-wheel drive. So let's see if we can pick up the 8 car if we can. No, let's not worry because this one is over. We'll pick up James next time around. Okay, so let's have a look at some hot laps. 23.5, 23.2 for Noah Kaufman, 23.6 for James Helliwell, 24 dead for Andrew Wesson, 23.5 for Philip Mazinger, 23.3 for Pierre Didier. Petit Didier, sorry, 23.8 for Baptiste Roche. Lionel Lebez does a 23.8 and a 23.6 for Cedric Didier as well. Okay, so that was Heat 4. Now almost into the second half. Heat 5 up next. So these guys now just getting themselves out into position on track. Just pop up onto the driver's stand there, Paul, if you can, with the camera. And you'll see how extreme we're getting to with the flies, with the old. We've got someone virtually in a full face balaclava up there to try and ward the flies off. So fourth in from the left-hand side.
Yeah.
But you can see these guys that, as you can see, all of them up there, literally scratching their faces, scratching their necks.
Which is what I'm doing now.
Yeah. And if you pan to the green screen at the back of them, the green bit at the back of the rostrum there, you'll be able to see what I was talking about earlier. There you go. So those little electrical hanging thingies there are there to try and get rid of the flies that are on everybody at the moment. So in this one, Ben Simpson is car 1 in the Schumacher, Yolan de Weerd in the X-Ray in car 2, Carl Marsden car 4. I'm going to go back to car 3 now of Will Callan in the Schumacher, and then jump to car 5 of Daniel Pole in the X-Ray, the young chap. We then have Matt Peters in car 6. Car 7, Christian McConaughey. Car 8, Tom Cockrell. And car 9 is Archie Bowman. So thank you very much for joining us here today. I'll tell you what, Paul, if you can go straight underneath me here.
Yeah, number 4.
Number 4 is the Kyosho of old boy Carl Marsden. It's a bit of a joke this morning from Carl, saying he was noted as being the old boy at the event. Carl, not an old man, clearly. Still a very young man is Carl. But he has been in the RC game for a number of years. Lovely chap. We'll try and get him in for a chat if we possibly can. He was always great to get on the podcast back when I was doing that. So we'll keep an eye on Carl for the moment. Okay, Carl looking nice and settled. The four-wheel drive's obviously where they're pushing these cars a little bit more. I don't know whether it's just that they are pushing through all 4 wheels, or what the difference is at the moment, but these cars certainly soaking up the lumps and bumps of Robin Hood Raceway a lot better than the 2-wheel drives were doing. You know, Carl doesn't look particularly quick, but his car does look very, very smooth. And often, when a car doesn't look quick, but it does look very smooth, it's actually going a lot quicker than you think it is. So it wouldn't be suggested by Carl's 2-lap time of a 54. that he was going particularly quickly. But if we just have a look at single lap times for it, let's see where Carl is. So Carl doing a 24.3, 23.79 on the last one.
He had a bit of a problem at the last corner.
So there you go. Even with a bit of a problem on the last corner, he's still into the late 23s. I think Carl really would like to be pushing for the 24s if he possibly can. But I think that might be 22s. But I think that might be a bit much of an ask, maybe. Still, last lap for Carl was a 25.5. So certainly not putting himself too far up the list with these times at the moment. Just pop one car in front of him if you can there, Paul. Okay, so that is the number 5 car, and that is Daniel Pole in the Associated from Great Britain. Obviously one of the younger drivers here at this event. We'll see how young Daniel Pole does against not quite as young Carl Marsden in the Gaio show. So Daniel getting hooked up on a bit of a pipe there, cost himself a little bit of time, but he's going to want to get back out there and push and try and get a couple of laps in if he possibly can, nice and clean. Looks like he's got some pace in that Associated, though. He's certainly gapped Carl on the last one. But, as I say that, makes an awfully wide line around the corner before the roller. And Carl slips past him. So, Daniel, there you go, and a mistake from Carl. These guys are pushing it a little bit. They are trying to make the mistakes and find out where they can and can't push. The good parts of the track, and obviously the more difficult parts of the track, of course. So, there we go. No, the wrong one, mate. One in front of that one. There you go. The kind of pinky one there.
In the middle of that lot.
That's it. Sorry, I did the classic mistake of watching the track rather than the screen there for a second. Apologies, everybody. So we are with Daniel Pole now. So nice lines from Daniel. I must admit, he's a very talented young driver for somebody of his age. Drives often a little bit beyond himself sometimes, which I think is maybe his downfall, according to Duncan, which is Duncan Pole, obviously Daniel's dad. I think Neil, Craig and Duncan sat down with Daniel earlier today or maybe yesterday and just said to him to just try and drive a little bit less, try and pull yourself back a bit, rein yourself in so you're not always on the edge all the time and you try and keep the car on its wheels a bit more. Obviously, we know, keeping these things rubber side down is the best way around the track. Certainly the fastest way. Okay, so let's keep an eye on these guys. We've got about 25 seconds left, so let's stick with Daniel. We'll just stick with him for the next couple of laps or so. I'd imagine this will probably be his last one. Commentator's curse catches him on his last lap. 15 seconds left of this one to go, so 4.5 minutes these practice rounds. So Daniel over tabletop round the berm. Trying to push too hard, Daniel, see? So out wide he goes, loses a load of time there. I'm sure Duncan will probably have something to say about that, and then has a nightmare of a crash. The amount of times I've seen people caught out as they come through that section of the track at Robin Hood, it really can throw you off. That off-camber corner there, the big sweeper that you can see at the bottom end of the track, or the far end of the track as we're looking at it, far less smooth than the camera makes it look. As I said earlier, I will try and get out there and do a bit of a track walk with these guys, maybe at the end of the day today. Neil and Lee Martin, Neil Craig and Lee Martin were quite happy to do that this morning, although we were in between whether we could start, whether we were meant to start an hour before we actually did today. Unfortunately, a few hold-ups and of course the change of the tyre rule, etc. Just meant that we had a few delays and have done our best to catch up. So we're about half an hour behind schedule at the moment. Heat number 6 is on its way. Paul, update on Antgate is that I did not get rid of all of the ants.
Well, when you were saying that, I did think there's more than 200 here because I can see number 201 and it sort of crawled past the camera.
Okay, well, it was a good effort, I thought, anyway. At least I tried.
Yeah.
So, talking of trying, we've got Heat 6 up next. Car 1 is Jamil Gabrielson in the Schumacher. And then we've got Mortis Lattenbach in the Schumacher in car number 2. Greg Williams in the Yokomo car 3. Matt Thompson in the Schumacher in car 4. Dominic Nunn in the question mark I've got down on my sheet, as he hasn't listed himself as a particular manufacturer on any of the sheet lists we were given before the event. Always handy if you can do that, chaps, by the way, because then it makes it much easier for us out here to, rather than try and recognise a million cars that look very similar as they fly past us at 40 miles an hour. If we could just have some info before the racing, that would be super duper, and I'm sure everybody at home would appreciate that as well. So do remember that when you are filling your sheets in for these competitions. Who else have we got? Oh, Nathan Rawls is in this one. Car number 6 in his X-Ray. And then we've got Eugene Galley. Had a chat with him earlier today. Again, if you want to have a look at the live video we did on the EFRA page, you can have a quick catch-up with Eugene and the chat that we had there about the work that was done on site in the build-up. Huge amount of effort from Eugene, one of the main workers here, one of the main guys who's really been down and put a huge, huge amount of effort into the track. So if you do see him down here, buy him a burger or buy him a pint or something whilst you're at the trackside. Car number 8, Fabian Widmeyer in the Associated, and then Kay Frenner in car number 9. So let's have a look on the chat and see if we've got any requests for this one. Seems to say David Scott, car 2, please. Have we missed him now? I think we have. Sorry about that. Okay. Yesterday someone mentioned that they have slightly changed the track between two-wheel drive and four-wheel drive races. Is that true? What did they change for the four-wheel drive?
This.
There is no requirement for the track to be different. So they could have run the exact same track. Yeah, there was a discussion. I stayed behind last night, actually. Stayed behind last night to help James and the team do a little bit of work on the track. So we took all of the sort of two-wheel drive stuff off of the track. It took us a little while because that big stand did have to be unbolted from itself. And it looks like Kay Frenner's just pulled out of this one. Bit of an issue with the car there. So having a chat with James last night, there were some discussions as to whether they needed to change the track or whether they had the time to change the track. It only needs to be a minimal change, really, if anything at all. I believe they can run the same track if they choose to. I'll get that confirmed from Martin Owen or Paul Worsley or somebody when they come round to it. However, there has been a small change to the track just in front of us to the right there. Paul is focusing in, so where we were coming straight across there now, the guys come out of that single after the driver's tabletop, flick it to the right and do the little step up there. And that's pretty much all the changes. I think that is the change that's happened, really. So what else have we got? We've had a heavy cap because I made socks for you. Okay. I can't remember anybody making socks for me, but I would obviously appreciate socks. If somebody wants a cap to swap for some socks, that's awesome. Not a problem. That's Tara Ivanen there. So Nick C says car miles in car Heat 5 car 4. We certainly did follow car there. Can you follow Dan Pole? We did follow Dan Pole. Thank you for the hat, says Brian Crawley. You're very welcome, Brian. Anytime. What tyre rule has something changed, says Mark Burton Young. So obviously for these events, Mark, you have a tyre that is selected for the event that everybody has to stick to on the driven axles of the car. Now, prior to the event, you weren't allowed to use any super glue on the tyre walls or mutilate them, I believe, in that sort of way. But leading into the four-wheel drive event, because of the extreme amount of grip on the track and the fact that some of these teams actually haven't been able to get hold of the Schumacher tyres they needed to in their country, it was decided to make it easier for everybody and a more fun competition that all of the teams got together, all the team managers, and had a unanimous decision where everybody voted that you could use super glue on the outside edge only of your front tyres. Not the rears, only the fronts and only the outside edge. And that's it. That's all that's changed, really, as far as the sort of tyres go. But it is, like I say, it's only the fronts and it's only the outside edge of the fronts. So Mick Burback's...
do?
Sorry, Paul.
Sorry, what does that do?
Just calms the car down a bit. Where you've got the sort of mechanical grip of a tyre leaning over before it sort of starts to slide, that can sometimes dig in and cause a bit of grip. If you stiffen that outside edge up with a bit of super glue, takes that rubbery grip away from the tyre, and it means you get a little bit of slide going into a corner rather than that initial sort of bite as you turn the steering. The car digs in, over it goes. But with that super glue, you can kind of negate that a little. It's not the answer to all things, just putting super glue on your tyres, so don't try it on your car at home. But in this sort of situation where you are racing at these speeds, just to take that little bit of edge out, especially on these four-wheel drives with the extra sort of grip that they've got going around the track, it does certainly make them easier to drive.
It does sound odd. just the idea, I've got too much grip and therefore I'm going to add super glue. It does seem just a little bit weird.
It does. But then when super glue goes hard, it's not sticky, is it? It's not.
Oh, yes.
So once it's gone hard, it is like a sheen, if you like, on the outside edge of the tyres. So it takes out that initial bit of bite from the tyres. So that is heat 6 done. Let's just have a look at some lap times for you there. We have 22:89 from Matthew Thompson, 22:83 from Walters Lautenbach, and 23 dead from Dom Nunn, 22.6 from Jamil Gabrison. So there's a few 22s starting to creep in. These sort of mid-22s are starting to get in now. You'll see them drop even further as we get these later heats on. So this is practice heat number 7 on their way out. In heat number 7, car number 1 is Max Gotzel. Car number 2, Wesley Van Helmond. In the Schumacher, Pekko Ivonen is car number 3. I had a little chat with Pekko earlier on. As I say, you can have a look on the EFRA Facebook page for the live video that me and Matt with 1T did. We had a little chat with Pekko and got his thoughts and feelings on the event so far. Very, very, very nice chap. So, car number 4, Ed Callan in the Schumacher. And then we've got Tyler Little also in the Schumacher in car 5. The infamous Ben Jameson is associated in car number 6. Alexander Landon, I'm not sure what car he thinks, he didn't note it down, in car 7. Phil Slay in the Schumacher in car 8. And Elias Johansson in a Serpent. I think the only Serpent at this event. It's certainly listed down as a Serpent, and I'm sure you guys out there will correct me if that isn't right. So, these guys are about to kick off now. Let's have a look. I thought that corner looked slightly different, said Jolly Green Giant. Can we follow Nathan, please? Apology not. We can. I'm going to put a little star next to Nathan Rawls. My pen doesn't work. A little star next to Nathan Rawls for the next round, so we will get him in on the next one. Okay, so take your pick, Paul. Somebody that's just come past me would be good. Oh, that orange one looks lovely. That's a nice and bright car to follow. We'll do that one. Over into the bomb one goes.
Will it ever reappear?
Took a long time for that orange car to come out of the bomb hole, and when it did, it was a yellow and white one. It's impressive. That is impressive. I think the orange one there is actually the number 7 car of Alexander Landon that we're watching go round now. Hopefully Paul can get.
So it was in the bomb hole long enough to get a new paint job done.
It was, yeah. That's how much time you lose in the bomb hole. When you go that deep in, sometimes you just never come out. So there we go, Alexander Landon on his litres round at the moment. Let's have a look at the times for Alexander. So, I mean, he is running right at the very, very, very back of this one. 23.99 his fastest lap, so just under the 24s. Who have we got into the 22? So, Ed Callan, 22.78 in this one, the car number 4. So, let's see if we can pick up Ed, if we can, in the 4 car. He seems to be the fastest guy at the moment out on track. That's the 2 that's just gone past me there.
I think there's at least one car without numbers on.
That was the 6. There's the 1, the 9. It's definitely not this orange one, number 7.
What was that? That didn't have a number on it. No, there's that one.
No number on that one. There's the 3. Okay, well, I'm guessing Ed is one of the cars with no numbers on his car, so we're not going to follow Ed because he couldn't be bothered to put a number on his car. So, there we go. Let's move on to somebody else. Let's get Tyler Little in the 5 car if we can. Let's give Tyler Little a little bit of love there. He's running second in this one overall at the moment on the 5-minute time.
Don't know if that was a 5 or a 3.
There you go, the blue one that's just come under me there. Onto the straight he goes. So Tyler Little down the main straight now through the off-camber sweeper. Gets it nicely through the roller. That one not catching out quite as many people today. I think the 4-wheel drive seemed to handle that roller slightly better than the 2-wheel drives. Now that's... well, there you go. So Tyler did chuck it quite wide out there. Now a lot of laps done here for Tyler, I must admit, over the years. The family do tend to come down to Robin Hood, have some days out down here, certainly some weeks down here at the track to get some practice in, which is fantastic stuff for these guys. Tyler doing incredibly well because of that, and obviously general skill level as well with Tyler. He's an incredibly quick driver in the UK. So, the Dong of Justice catches Tyler, unfortunately, face first into the Dong of Justice, and over he goes. Loses an awfully huge amount of time there. Marshall was out pretty quickly. Fortunate not to have broken anything. Like I say, we have seen a couple of cars snap wishbones off on that one, but I think Tyler caught the Dong pretty much square on there. So Tyler coming back round now. I bet he'll be a bit more careful this time when he goes past it. Certainly is. Takes a wider line past it. Into the switchbacks he goes. And down the main straight. So if we can find the 3 car of Pekko Ivanen. That would be super.
Was that it?
I think that may be it. I think that is it. That looks like his colour scheme. He's certainly got a greeny car. I'll have a look as he comes past me in a second. So I think that's Pekko there through the centre section, around the berm, over the driver's tabletop. It certainly is. There you go. Okay, so Pekko flying around at the moment. Has been the quickest guy out on... Well, was the quickest driver.
Not now.
Gone over. Oh, dear. Nightmare. We've got a few of them struggling a little bit in the 4-wheel drive, but Pekko certainly up there on lap time. So the 22.2. Certainly the quickest one in this. We've got quite a few in the 22s, though. So a 22.52 from Max Gotzel, 22.78 from Elias Johansson, Alexander Landon, 22.78, 22.78 for Ed Callan, 23.1 for Phil Slay. Pekko Ivanen, 22.29, 23.1 for Tyler Little. Wesley Van Helmen, 22.68 and a 22.52, like I already said, for Matt Scottsell. So, some quick laps going in. The big question is, can these guys string 2 of these quick laps together on the next round of qualifying? So, as each round goes off, the next time they come on for heat 8, or round 8, sorry, will be when they start to do their seeding practice for tomorrow. Leaves me enough time to say you are here with us at the EFRA Tony Sport 1/10 Electric Off-Road European Championships. We are brought to you today by Schumacher Racing, Hobbywing and Tony Sport. Thank you very much for the support, guys. And we're at the wonderful Robin Hood Raceway venue, which is just outside of Blythe in Nottinghamshire. Huge amount of work from the team has gone into the track to make this venue for this week. And probably the best I have seen Robin Hood Raceway looking in my years of travelling up here. So Ed Callan shaking the bugs off of his Marshall jacket just on the bottom right of your screen there. I'm not sure how any of these guys are wearing a hoodie today. I'm in shorts and a t-shirt and I am absolutely roasting with a huge 14-inch fan blowing up my legs. So how they are out there in hoodies, maybe it's something to do with all the flies, who knows?
Well, the last time they were up on the driver's stand, everybody was in a hoodie with the hoodie up. And several of them have got sort of scarves above their nose and wearing sunglasses.
Yeah. Okay. So heat number 8. Heat number 8. In this one, car 1, Josh Holdsworth. Car 2, Noah Ben Mohammed in the X-Ray. Josh obviously driving a Schumacher there. Jamie Hall in the Associated. Lee Martin in the Yokomo. Car 5, Luke Holdsworth, in the Schumacher. Car 6 is Hubert Honigel in the X-Ray. Mika Widmeyer driving the S-Works in Car 7. Jesper Rasmussen, Car 8 in the Associated. And finally, rounding out this one in Car 9 is Clement Boda in the S-Works. Okay, so we'll just have a look and see if we've got anybody putting in any requests. We do not. 8-Ball FPV says hi from Australia. Hi, 8-Ball FPV. Thank you for joining us from all the way down under. Okay, let's keep an eye on what's going out on track here. Car just underneath me, Paul. Car number 7, just going on to the straight now. It's Mika Widmeyer in the S-Works. There you go.
That one.
We'll stick with Mika for a few laps. So around the switchbacks he goes. Lovely line through the off-camber sweeper there. Hits the roller without any issues at all. Some of these cars popping a bit of a wheelie as they come off the roller with that sharp downhill slope off the back of it. Mika not having too much of an issue at the moment. Oh, just slightly catches the Dong of Justice as he comes out of the step-up jump there. Obviously, there was a cone, which we would have called the Cone of Justice. However, it was decided by race officials that the cone was not quite effective enough at stopping the drivers from cutting that corner. And subsequently, the Dong of Justice was then put in place to ensure that anybody cutting that corner and trying to save themselves, a couple of points of a second as they come through there, is punished suitably for it. Okay, so we've had a good few laps there. So let's flick down to Lee Martin at the just gone over the roller, dropping into the bomb hole now. He's had a bit of a nightmare the last lap as Lee came through the off-camber sweeper at the bottom end of the track. No, one in front of him, mate. Just come past the Dong of Justice. Into the switchbacks goes Lee. Second of those two cars down the straight. There you go, lovely. So right there, as we just caught out with Lee, that was where he crashed on the last lap. Lee's pushing as hard as he possibly can in this one. Obviously had a bit of a nightmare in the two-wheel drive, qualifying BQ. He's a multi-European champion like Lee. BQ was not where he wanted to end up yesterday, but however, still did incredibly well in this final, made the absolute most out of it. So, Lee Martin coming through. Even with that crash, he's still leading this one out from Josh Holdsworth. Lee manages to avoid the Dong of Justice there. A really wide line into the first of the switchbacks. Maybe that is a better line in the forward drive. Seem to be seeing a few people taking that extra wide line there. So Lee into the bomb hole, through the centre chicane, flicks it back round onto the first of our tabletops, across the berm, over the driver's tabletop, into the step-up, past the Dong of Justice, round commentator's corner he goes and into the switchbacks before he fires it down the main straight one more time. So 3 minutes and 8 seconds gone in this one. We've got about 1 minute and 20 left. We'll see if we can pick up the Jamie Hall car number 3. Should be a green and black one somewhere out there on track, Paul. I'll see if I can pick him up. Ah, there you go. So just gone over the first of the tabletops. Second tabletop now. Past commentator's corner, into the switchbacks he goes. First of the two about to go down the straight. There we go. So that is Jamie Hall. And currently Jamie Hall running second in this heat. We are looking at pretty much the heat times, really, rather than anything else. So these guys certainly lapping a lot quicker now. We've only got one of them that's dropped into the 23.08, which is Luke Holdsworth for his best lap. Everybody else is Mika Wibmeyer and Noah Ben Mohammed, both on a 22.45. 22.62 for Clement Boda. 22.40 for Hubert Honigel. 22.26 for Josh Holdsworth. 22.57 for Jesper Rasmussen. Jamie Hall, 22.46. And a 22.40 for Lee Martin. But we are with, that's Lee Martin there. Drop back one, and that's Jamie Hall. There we go, the orange, yellow and black one. Should have stuck with Lee Martin there. He did another tumble on the off-canvas sweeper. Darn my persistent nature of trying to follow Jamie Hall. But hey-ho, here we are. Pretty much at the end of this one. I think he's going to pull off now, to be honest. Oh, no, he's going to go for another cheeky lap. Another cheeky lap for Jamie. Around he goes. There we go. So Jamie just finished. Actually, as Jamie's crossed the line there, we'll just wait for Lee Martin to cross the line as well, unless Lee's pulled off. No, Lee is done. So Lee could have probably, I don't know whether that was just the timing screen holding him back there, but Jamie Hall takes this one. Obviously, Lee having a bit of a nightmare on the last lap, which has certainly scuppered his top result in that heat. Okay, so that was heat number 8. Heat number 9 on the way. I'll read out the drivers in a mo. Okay, so these guys are going to be really pushing it at this point. This is the top heat. So just wait for the marshals to get themselves out on track. Cars into position. You just see Bruno Coelho there. So I think what we'll do in this one, as Bruno seems to be the favourite, we'll do a few laps of Bruno. So let's see.
Quick on-air production meeting.
Okay.
After this one, because it's heat 9, yeah?
Yeah.
I'm just going to pop into the van and press a couple of buttons, if you know what I mean.
Oh, okay. That sounds good to me. That sounds good. I think there might be a little bit of a gap between rounds there. So,
yeah, okay.
Before that happens, though, Paul, I think just before the bomb hole, I think you'll find that is the X-ray of Bruno Coelho, who I would like to follow for the first few laps, if that's okay. No, not that one. That's it there. No, that's not. That's Neil Cragg. How dare I say that about Neil?
Just before.
Okay, let's see. Is Bruno on the top of the tabletop by the driver's stand?
Is he one of those two?
And that's Jorn. Let's have a look. I think that's Bruno there. If it's a number 2, it is Bruno.
Yep.
It is. Okay, so we're going to follow Bruno around. I'll tell you who's in this one. Car 1's Michael Orlowski. Car 2, Bruno Coelho. Car 3, Paul Crompton. 4 is Neil Cragg. 5 is Daniel Kobovic. 6, Marcus Carup. 7, Tommy Hall. 7 is Ben Smith. 7 is Tommy Hall. 8 is Ben Smith. 9, Una Hatton. And number 10 is Jorn Newman. However you want to say that. I think he's easy with, Neumann or Newman, to be honest with you. So Bruno coming down now. First lap on the board for Bruno is a 28.6. Yikes. Not really an accurate representation on the first lap of what Bruno's capable of. So Bruno now past us in the commentary booth. Down onto the main straight he goes. Let's have a look what he's done this time round. So Bruno with a 22.2 that time round. Nobody else really within half a second of him at the moment. Marcus Carup, 22.7, 22.5 for Daniel Kovacic though. Same for Jorn Newman, 22.5. 22.8 for Tommy Hall. 22.9 for Ben Smith. 22.29 for Michael Orlowski, who's right at the back of the pack for some reason on this one, whether he's just pulled off. Has Michael had an issue, or is he still going round down there? I don't know. No, I think he is. I think he's still going round at the moment.
Oh.
Or is he? Yes, he is. I can see him up on the driver's stand there.
Okay. Well, you missed what happened on the track.
It was a terrible thing that happened on the track for sure. And I can see that Jesper Rasmussen was incredibly quick at getting the issue resolved. What did happen, Paul? Please tell us.
Car we were following hit another car on straight, resulting in both cars having issues with their tyres not being on the floor, and subsequently I couldn't remember which one I was following out the two, and so I'm not sure if I'm following the right one or not.
You are.
All right.
But I'll tell you what, jump one car in front of that to the car of Jorn Newman. There you go, black spoiler. Oh, and just as we do, Jorn catches the dong of justice.
Oh, he's had enough. No, he hasn't.
He's just getting himself a little bit of space. So he has given himself a little bit of space just in front of Neil Cragg. So we'll see how these guys go round together. So Jorn obviously incredibly quick at the moment. He is lead. Oh, as Bruno Coelho's jumped up to the top after Jorn had that crash, but we will stick with Jorn for the time being. Craggy seems to have found some pace getting past him there. Okay, so there we go. Jorn back on track now. Back into form. Needed a lap or two just to get himself back to where he needed to be. Lovely line across the off-camber sweeper. You can see it's really throwing the right-hand side of the car up as they go across that one. So as it dips back down under braking, that tends to be what happens and throws the opposite, sort of throws the left-hand side of the car up, and they have that tumble down into the little dip there. Oh, Jorn catching the corner at the beginning of the straight. So obviously trying to cut his lines nice and tight is Jorn, but unfortunately on this track that does tend to bite you pretty hard if you get it wrong. So through the centre section he goes. Okay, we'll see if we can pick up the number 6 car of Marcus Carup. There goes Orlowski in front of me now. Una Hattinen. Una on the previous practice round, not the previous one, the one before that, had hit the one of the Marshall points on the straight. Snapped a wishbone on his car. Okay, are you with Marcus now? Looks like his paint scheme on that one.
Number 6.
Yeah, okay, lovely. So, Marcus leading us round from Bruno. He's going to have quite a gap on Bruno at this point, because I think that was Bruno right behind him. It was. Bruno had a bit of a nightmare there, but we're going to stick with Marcus for the time being. Super, super fast out there, Marcus. And I will say, has just put in the fastest lap we've seen of a 21.99. So into the 21-second laps we go. Carup, an incredibly quick driver over a single lap. Almost a bit too quick round there. Almost a little too quick round that last corner to pull in. There you go. Craggy pulls his car off straight over to Mick.
Oh. I'll speak to you shortly.
Okay. Okay, I think what's going to happen now is we're probably going to go into a quick advert break. Which would be great, because I could do with the jelly baby. Okay. Paul is now disappearing into the back of the van. So as we go into the next round of practice, you will find that we are then going into seeding practice from this point on. But at the moment, what we're going to do is we're going to go into a quick advert break. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back. Thank you very much for sticking with us through that Advert Break there. You are here with us here at the EFRA Tony Sport 1/10 Electric Off-Road European Championships held at Robin Hood Raceway just outside of Blythe in Nottinghamshire. We're bringing you this production with Schumacher, Hobbywing and Tony Sport. Thank you very much for joining us. As I say, you're here with us on RC Racing TV and Control Sport. Right next to me is Matt McCallum. Say hi, Matt. Hello. There you go. It's always nice to hear from Matt, I think. You've probably all forgotten his name already.
It's quite forgettable. Give me a jelly baby.
Go on. Have a jelly baby, please. It is very disappointing to see jelly babies strewn across the floor with Matt's careless hands. Yes, please put it in our bin because we have lots of room in there. I think that most of the pizza that Neil bought me yesterday is in there, actually. I didn't get a chance to eat it with everything that was going on in the final, so it's it just went cold and we fed the ants.
Cool story.
Thanks. Thanks for that. I'll tell it again tomorrow. Okay. Sorry.
Matt, would you like some lunch?
I absolutely, I would love some lunch.
What would you like?
Just a pizza with meat and cheese on it would be great. Thank you. So, next round that will go on, just to let you guys know out there. So, next round that will go on will be round 6. So, round 6 and 7 of these qualifying, practice heats. Round 6 and 7 will be the seeding rounds for tomorrow's qualifying rounds. Heats, sorry. So what these guys are now going to be doing is trying to put their 2 fastest consecutive laps in. With that, they'll have an overall time of those 2 consecutive laps, and the lowest time will be first in the first heat. And the lower the time, the higher the heat you're in, if you like. Hopefully that will make sense. If it doesn't, I apologise, but this is just the way it is. So let's have a look. Okay, Raceway 1 says, Lee's going well now, as is Josh. They are indeed. Who won these 2-wheel drive last weekend? I can tell you off the top of my head. Hi, guys. It'd be easier to watch if you don't zoom in too much to the cars. Thanks a lot and keep up the good work. It's a pleasure to follow this from Austria. Cheers. Thanks, Christian Steinberg. We'll try not to zoom in too much. I think the only time we really zoom in is... We'll zoom in is really when we're trying to see the numbers that we can't quite see on the cars. So, Nikolai Hayheim, that's how you say it, says, Kobovic, please, which we will do. Are the tyres controlled or is it open? It is a controlled tyre on these cars, as with all European Championships as far as I know. And the Yokomo 4-wheel drive is just a good buggy. It is a good buggy indeed. Luke says, 4-wheel drives look a handful. 2-wheel drive looked a lot more fun. Mixed feelings on that one here at the track, to be fair. Luke, a lot of the guys have been really, really looking forward to the 4-wheel drive, to get away from the 2-wheel drive. I think the 2-wheel drive, it's certainly fun, but yeah, I think it depends on your driving style. Certainly Bruno Coelho, current 4-wheel drive world champion, has been looking forward to the 4-wheel drive portion of the event. Certainly found the track. Or mind you, I've heard Bruno say that this is the most difficult track he's ever driven on, at about 20 different tracks that he's driven on over the years. So they must be getting harder and harder and harder to a point where they will be completely impossible for Bruno. But I would have said most of the drivers are saying that the track is a lot more open, a lot more flowing than it was in the warm-up race that was here a little while back. It does seem to be a nice track to drive, to be fair. The 4-wheel drive seems to be going around pretty well. I think it looks like some of the guys are struggling a bit now because they are really starting to push the cars, especially in that last round of practice there. Last chance for them really to almost have a free run on the track without it really counting towards anything at all. So at this point, Everybody knows who the quick guys are in their heat. They'll be able to work around that going into the next few rounds. That was something falling out of our not full bin. I'm going to take a picture of this so you can see how overflowing this bin is. And I think people have just been throwing things in here as they go past the commentary booth, which has been interesting. Maybe part of the reason why we've got so many ants in here. But hey, we're good with nature here, especially dogs. Especially dogs. I'm not seeing any dogs around the track today. There were quite a few yesterday, actually. I haven't seen any this morning. I'm wondering if Neil and Mick have brought Paddy with them. Not too sure, though. But we will see. So we've got a couple of guys going up on the roster now for Heat 1. I'll shuffle my papers for Russ Lee. There you go, Russ. He does like to shuffle a paper, does Russ? Okay, so coming up in Heat 1 for your first four-wheel drive seeded practice, we have Felix Arnold in car 1, Nina Arnold car 2, Daniel Gross car 3, Chris Bowden in car 4 in the associated. First one that's put his team down. Martin Hadley, our only Welshman, in car number 5. Miklos Sabados, car number 6 in the Schumacher. The Yokomo of Chris James is car number 7. Cone Middle Coupe in the Schumacher of car 8. And Arild Valderens in car number 9, which is a Yokomo, all the way from Norway. So, let's have a look what you guys are saying online. Okay, let's have a look. So, Crunched 8 says too much grip as well. There is an awful lot of grip out there. Yep, too much traction, says Luke. My wife asked me, what the heck are you watching, hearing, punching it in the bum hole? We aren't saying that. And the dong of justice on my phone. Yes, we do have a bomb hole, and dong of justice being the tone of noise that it makes when it's hit by a car. We'll get an ambient sound speaker, microphone out there so you can hear the dongs as they happen. Apologies to your dear wife there, Johnny Green Giant. So Inox RC says, hey, from Oz, here watching for another night. Hi, Inox RC. Thank you very much for joining us. Crunchy D says he's asking what part of the coast. South Australia there. April FPV, East Coast here. So, a hobby, very addictive, says Inox RC. It is extremely addictive. Extremely addictive. And I believe pretty much all forms of racing are the same. I think once racing is in your blood, it doesn't tend to go very far. It is one of those things that is extremely addictive, especially the feeling of a win. When you pull off a win from a race, you know, being the fastest human on track is always a nice feeling, to be fair. Is quali not far to happen? Qualifying will not be until tomorrow. Okay, so we got an XRC saying, how's a nitro buggy out there? It's great, love across the pond slang. Yes, well, look, you know, it is the across the pond slang, unfortunately. It might not be across the pond slang, it might just be Matt Guppy slang, which is pretty mixed up and varied from all parts of everywhere, to be fair. So please don't tar the British with just being like I am. We are a strange bunch, to be fair, but not everybody's like me. Thankfully, a lot of you will be saying out there. Okay, Heat 1 is not far off. We've got marshals out, we've got drivers out, everybody's out on the track there. Paul has gone up to the camera. I haven't seen any requests for Heat number 1, so cameraman's choice, Paul. As and when you are ready, sir.
Okie dokie.
Preferably one that's going past me so I can see the number.
Yes, I just picked the one right at the back. Hang on.
Car number 6. Car number 6 of Miklos Sabados. There we go. Good friend of Aidan Burks is Miklos. So these guys now into seeding practice, looking for the 2 fastest consecutive laps. You can't just get a fast lap at the beginning and a fast lap at the end of your 4.5 minutes and add them together and go, I did this. No, 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 sir. These 2 laps have to be consecutive, one straight after the other. So we are with Miklos at the moment, heading round, just trying to make sure he gets 2 solid laps in without making any mistakes. And that is going to be the key here. 2 solid mistake-free laps. So Miklos has the car, oh dear, the number 8 car, I was going to say, coming up behind him pretty quickly of Cone Middle Coupe there. Cone just had a little bit of a catch-up, but he has soon caught back up onto the back of Miklos, so we'll see how these 2 work together. Miklos going nice and wide, as you'd expect him to. Aidan Burke would have given him plenty of pet talks about letting other cars through, I'm sure. So, okay, off he goes again. Oh, and a bit of a nightmare there. Lost a lot of time. So this lap's out. And he's starting again for Miklos after this one to... Craig's got a car he's fixing there. Trying to push the battery back in. But anyway, we're back to Miklos. Let's drop back a car if we can, Paul, to the one behind him. Just gone past him now in the bomb hole. There you go. Okay. So we're not having any requests that I can see right now. So that is the number 5 car of Martin Hadley, our Welshman for the event. There goes Martin. Very quick in the southwest of the UK, where he tends to spend a lot of his time racing. So clubs like Mendipasi Raceway, Tiverton, RC, of course, down there in the southwest. Torbay Radio Control Car Club. I see a lot of him through the winter months in there, putting some laps down on the carpet. And certainly one that can hold his own with any of the crowd we see down in that little part of the world. So Martin punching himself over the roller, drops into the bomb hole, fires through the centre chicane, up over the first of the tabletops, around the berm, second tabletop done, over the past the drivers, past commentary corner, in through the switchbacks, down the main straight he goes. So let's have a look at lap times here. Martin Hadley leading us out. He's got a fast lap, which was his last lap, of 24.2. So Martin needs to find, realistically, about 2 seconds a lap to be on par with Bruno. Achievable, I think, for Martin, really. Some of you may not agree with that if you know him, but I think, really, we should say it's achievable for him, and he's just having a terrible, terrible day. I don't think we're not actually with Martin now. By the way, we've moved on.
I'm only following when you're saying, and he's going into the so and so and round the so and so. Well, that's that car.
Okay. Martin's just gone past me now, into the switchbacks, down the main straight, the pink and white car. There he is. As if by magic, does a little flip for us on the off-camber corner. So, into the bomb hole he goes, and this is the trouble we're having, Paul, is when 2 cars go into the bomb hole and 1 car comes out, it does cause a little bit of confusion. So Martin having a little bit of trouble there through the first sort of section of tabletops and into the berm. Caught him out pretty badly. I think he's just held back there, just to maybe try and make a little adjustment or take a breath before he goes over the line again. Start those 2 clear laps again. Let's see if we can get round 2. I don't think he's going to, actually, because the timer's going to run out on him in a second. So by the time he gets around here, he would have wasted that last one. No, he's managed to get through. He's fine. He's fine. So this one and this will easily, definitely be his last lap. So he needs this one to come in as a quick lap. So last lap for Martin Hadley was 24.72. 2 seconds left on the race clock for him. Time is now over, so there's a countdown times. By the time he gets past the line, the timer will be over for Martin for sure. It is. So,
that's
24.06 on the last one. So about a 48 and a half overall for Martin. Not a terrible time. Certainly not a terrible time at all. But probably about 4 seconds off over 2 laps where he needs to be. Or where he would like to be, really. Okay, so that is Heat 1 done. We'll try and get some overall results up for you.
I did try during that one to do what was requested and not zoom in as far. The problem is that it's harder to watch, or rather harder for me to see the cars.
Yeah, that's fine. I think you're doing a very, very good and valuable job up there, Paul. So don't sweat it too much. Okay, so last time round we had a request for John Mile in the X-Ray in this one, so that would be car number 6 if you can.
Car number 6. That car number 6 or is that car number 9? Neither.
There you go.
Is it?
Yeah, car number 6, X-Ray. How can you not see that number 6 on there? There's like 2 really big clear ones.
Because the difference between today and, was it Monday when I was operating camera? It's a different camera. And I usually use an eyepiece. And I'm having to use the LCD screen, which isn't very big. And in like daylight, it's tricky. Why am I not using the eyepiece, I hear you say? Because it's a really weird one in that you can't alter the, I won't say, like when you're wearing glasses and you sort of alter the, well, not when you're wearing glasses, but like binoculars and you sort of alter the focusy thing. So
yes.
Yeah. This camera doesn't have one, so it's a fixed eyepiece, and I can't quite work with that.
Oh, and you don't like the flip-out screen?
No, they're not bright enough.
Ah. Would you like me to bring a towel up for you that you could drape over you and the camera so that it darkens it up a bit for you?
Sounds interesting. Do we have a towel?
I do. Actually, I brought towels. I've got 2 towels in the boot of my car that are clean and fresh.
Are they not covered in ants?
No, they're not, because my car is clean of ants.
Ah. I'm happy to give anything a go. Well, as you know.
Okay, I promise you the towel has been washed. I brought it up, but there were like 4 towels in my hotel room for some reason. So I haven't used any of them. Okay, so we're following the car number 6, the X-Ray of John Mile in this one. John is actually, we haven't had everybody go past the line yet, but he's certainly put in a decent lap, and his 28.56 is way, way faster than anybody else has done on a first lap in this heat. So certainly nothing that's going to be breaking any sound barriers at all, but he's just done a 24.62. So again, these guys probably about 2 seconds a lap off the pace of the top heats. Quite a considerable margin, really, when you consider how far on the track 2 seconds would be. Certainly probably double the length of the straight, really. I'd say it's maybe a second to get down the straight, maybe a bit more. Oh. Okay. All right then. Let's switch over. So we see if we can pick up the number 7 car of Sven Ruddig, a Rudolph RC, of course, owner. That's the 2 that's just gone in front of me there. The 3 and the 5. There you go. There's the number 7 of Sven. Shall we get down there? Nicely over the off-camber sweeper. Treat the roller like a bit of a jump. Very brave. Out of the bomb hole. Yeah, a little bit of a delay there as he came out of the bomb hole and went left to go through the centre chicane. I think maybe just a little overzealous as he came out of the bomb hole and just trying to bring himself back into line with the racing line that he wants to be on. Much slower over the roller that time around. You'll probably see a slightly more sensible exit out of the bomb hole. Yeah, there you do. Oh, maybe a little bit too sensible. Caught the pipe on the inside and just flicked the front end of the car. If he wouldn't have lost too much time on that, but he certainly would have then. And then. But, however, now that's obviously that lap ruined. So past the line he goes. We'll see if we can follow him for a couple of laps just to get a clean run in for Sven. He is currently sitting in this one right at the very back of the pack after that crash with a 24.4. Quickest laps at 23.54 from Adrian Sognesund. We'll stick with Sven for the moment, though. We'll pick Adrian up in a little bit in car 9. Not yet, though. Not yet. One more lap for Sven to see if he can get the 2 clean ones in. Around the berm, over the driver's tabletop. Now, these guys, some of them are pushing out a little bit wider there. Certainly avoids the dong adjusters very nicely. Flicks it round onto the main straight again. So 2 clean laps there for Sven. Let's see if we can find the number 9 car, if it's possible, please, Paul. Adrian Sognesund will stick with him for the last minute of this one. That's the 5. There's a bit of a cartwheel going on there. Hopefully that's not Adrian. Very handy of Martin there to pop him down the other side.
I think it is.
I think that is. So was leading us round in this one. So the white car there. Oh, so they're pushing way too hard now just to try and stay in front a little bit. Often the case, though, when you're trying to make up time that has already been lost. Clearly an impossible thing to do. Once time is lost, it is lost. You certainly won't be able to gain that time back once it is gone, as we all know. However, out on track, it's very, very tempting to think that you can make time back up just by pushing a little bit harder. And unfortunately, what happens is what you're seeing right now with Adrian Sognesund. He is pushing as hard as he possibly can and has crashed twice in the same place. So, some would say daring, some would say foolhardy. That starts his next couple of laps now. Obviously he wants to be in a clean top heat if he can. However, the issue he's having, or has had, now that it's the end, is that he's spent the last few laps pretty much on his roof, which certainly isn't the quickest way around. So, Sebastian Landon takes that one. Best laps for everybody. 23.5 for Adrian, 24.2 for Sebastian, 24.5 for John Mile, 23.7 for James Chappell. Scott Follington with a 23.99, 24.45 for Andrew there, 24.37 for Jules Reverdy, Sven Ruddick with a 24.34, and Peter Stein with a 24.45.
Did you request a pizza?
Yes.
Did you get it?
No.
No.
I didn't actually request it. I got asked if I would like one, to which I said yes. I said one with meat and cheese.
But it hasn't turned up.
No. No, it hasn't. It's very upsetting, I must admit.
Because I can see smoke where the pizza oven is.
Are you sure that's not just a big cloud?
Oh. No, I'm fairly sure.
Okay. Maybe Matt put my pizza in the oven and has forgotten it, and that's it, smoking away. So whilst we're waiting for my pizza, I will tell you that you are watching the EFRA Tony Sport 1/10 Electric Off-Road European Championships, brought to you by Schumacher Racing, Hobbywing and Tony Sport. We are at the wonderful Robin Hood Raceway venue just outside of Blythe in Nottinghamshire. I'm Matt Guppy. You are watching RC Racing TV and Control Sport on the camera up on the top of Television Tower. Give us a little wave, Paul Bateman.
Cooey.
Woohoo! There he is. There's Paul. Lovely smooth hand. I don't know if any of you noticed that there, but lovely smooth hand on Paul. We also have the extremely forgettable Matt McCallum with us as well, doing some montage footage and occasionally just getting upset at my requests and demands from the commentary booth. But he has gone to get me a pizza, I'm hoping, so all is forgiven. Or all will be forgiven when he arrives. Okay, so this is practice number 3. Who are we with, Paul? What number?
Yes. It was one close to you when we started.
Yes, that may have been the case.
I'm sure all will be revealed shortly. In maybe 3 or 4 seconds' time.
Okay, so we're following him around, and over the tabletop he comes.
3.
Bastian Andreasen. I knew it was him in the Schumacher. Over the roller goes Bastian. Catches a little bit of a pipe there, so yeah, obviously losing a lot of time. That is that lap pretty much done at that point. Once you've caught those little barriers, you know all the guys that are putting in the fast time aren't catching them. They aren't hitting anything. They are putting in 2 solid, clean laps. So Bastian starting again, nice and cleanly through the off-camber sweeper, takes it steady over the roller. In the bomb hole he goes. We've got a little gaggle of cars in front of him here, which could cause some issues for 2 clean laps to go through. But he makes it very nicely onto the down slope of the back tabletop there, in through the switchbacks. What he's going to be hoping is that nobody in front of him crashes and that everybody stays at just slightly less pace than him, maybe, so that he gets the good result, but certainly out of his way. However, there you go, nightmare. Nightmare for Bastian there. I'll tell you what, let's switch on to car 5, the pink and white one that's just gone underneath me. Onto the main straight, first of those, down the main straight now, at the bottom of the main straight, round over the off-camber sweeper, over the roller he goes. Flicking rack now, dropping into the bomb hole.
You mean 2 in front of that, you mean that one?
So through the chicane, over the first of the tabletops, there we go. I think you find that's probably Martin Owen there trying to get past him. So, but this is the number 6 car of Laurent Jesus. Not seen much of him go around up until this point in the competition, so we'll keep an eye on him here, see how he gets on over the next couple of laps. So, just over halfway in this one now. About 2 minutes and 15 left on the clock. So, plenty of chance for these guys to get their last 2 consecutive speedy laps in. Oh dear, see, way too wide there. Caught that little... You don't think the sand is going to cause you to... Oh, has he had an issue there? He has. Yeah, something has come off the back end of the car there. So we'll flick over to... let's see who comes past us here. I think that's going to be Martin Owen. We've given Martin plenty of love in this one already. Freddie's been following. Let's do the 8 car there. There we go. I think that's probably Natalie Williams. It is in the Yokomo. Good, Paul, very good. You're starting to learn the shells as well as I am now. So very neat round there for Natalie. Obviously hugely talented driver. Lovely, nicely round the burn. Knows the Robin Hood track very, very well. So almost a complete halt after the little step-up jump there. Oh, avoids Freddie on the main straight. Hey, round she comes again. Let's see how Natalie's getting on in the overall. So Natalie currently running 3rd overall in this one, just behind Martin Owen and David Scott. Cleanly over the tabletops. That wide line again from Natalie there. Around the switchbacks. Punches it down the main straight. Drops into the bomb hole and flicks it out, turns left through the centre chicane. You've got Martin Owen right behind her there. When I was racing, I had a bit of a friendly competition with Natalie anytime we would meet at different clubs around the country. We were 1-1, so she'd beaten me once, I'd beaten her once when we started the competition, and then I retired. My pizza, just to let you know, has arrived.
Hooray!
So 2 seconds left in this one. And then I'm going to eat a slice of pizza before the next round comes on. Oh, that is a meaty, cheesy feast. There we go. So David Scott takes this one. There we go. I'm going to take a picture of that. I might put it on my my Instagram in a little bit. So I'm just going to go quiet whilst I have a mouthful of pizza so you don't have to listen to me chew.
Of course,
that's not going well.
Oh, right, okay. Why? What's happened?
Everything's fallen apart. I've got pizza juice on me.
No. First day it was brown sauce.
Oh, that's what I told you.
Now it's pizza juice. Mm.
I do. My hands are covered in pizza juice. I think what I'll do, because that is quite warm, we'll just let these marshals swap over, for a second.
Of course, in a professional world, I'd be telling the viewer who's coming up in the next heat. Unfortunately, I don't have access to a screen with that kind of information on. In fact, I don't have a screen at all with any information on. I think I can hear him patting himself down. Trying to get the worst of it off himself.
I'm just trying to eat it as quickly as I can so I can tell you who's in the next heat.
Okay.
Oh God, Nick's going to fire me after this one, isn't he? Okay, so I managed to get down about half a slice of incredibly hot pizza there before this one.
So you burned the roof of your mouth off.
A little bit, yeah. So we're now into Heat 4. Car 1 of Noah Kaufman in the Associated. We have Philip Masing in Car 2 in the Schumacher. Cedric Didier in the Associated in Car 3. Dylan McBurney in the Schumacher in Car number 4. Car number 5, Lionel Bez. Pierre Petredidier in the Yokomo in Car 6. Baptiste Roach in Car 7 in the Associated. James Halliwell in the Associated in Car 8. And Car 9 is Andrew Wesson, also in an Associated. Now, I actually thought that was a bit of cigarette ash in the box, but it's not. It's just a bit of burnt pizza. That's fine. That's okay. Things are fine again. Okay, let's wrap that one up. You get back to being professionals again. Okay, so right, let's see if we can find James Halliwell in this one. He's just come underneath me there, the pink car, second one of the two that's just going onto the main straight. Nice and easy one, that one. Let's just follow James for a lap or two. Obviously, owner of Robin Hood Raceway, the venue we're at the moment. So James is incredibly quick round here. I don't think anybody should really be holding him up too much, to be fair, because he's certainly going to be putting some hot laps in. And looking at his first two, he's not done incredibly well. He is leading this one out at the moment, 23.88 on his last lap. That was his best lap so far. A little bit squiggly for James, not quite as settled in that car as you'd normally see him. There you go, James not pushing it too hard over the roller. Drops into the bomb hole, pies that out there nicely, straight through the centre chicane, easily over the first tabletop and around the berm. Clears the driver's stand. So, James taking the wide line off of the back tabletop by the driver's stand there. So, interesting to see James doing that. Let's see if he does it this time round as well. Out the bomb hole through the centre chicane, throws through the first tabletop, nicely moved out of the way. Does he go wide? He does. Okay, so that's a good few laps for James there. We'll swap now onto the number 4 car, just coming onto the straight now. The more colourful of the two on the straight at the back. So that is the number 4 car of Dylan McBurney. Okay, Dylan over the first of the tabletops. Pops it over the second one. Not taking the same wide line that James was there. Oh, catches an unfortunate landing as he comes out the step up. Yeah, caught a little bit of a bump as he comes off the off-camber sweeper there. Drops into the bomb hole. Fires through the centre chicane. Over the first tabletop, round the berm. Pops it over the driver's tabletop, up the step off. Ooh, that was cutting things very, very fine. So, pretty tight line as you come out of there for... Okay, and there he comes. Oh, catches a little pipe there. So, struggling to keep it clean all the way round to both laps that we've seen so far. A little bit squirmy on the car, whether that's just because he's pushing it too hard, just trying to brake it too late. Okay, so seems to have got himself back on track, but unfortunately catches a pipe there and just flips it over. So, as I was just about to say, he's getting it back on track, but he is about to be lapped by somebody. I'm guessing the peripheral vision. Got a Schumacher, the car number 1 over in front of us there. Okay, let's pop back to the Schumacher just behind, the yellow one. Well, it may not have been a Schumacher, actually. But I'm pretty sure that is the number 1 car. It is. So that is the number 1 of Noah Kaufman in the Associated rather than Schumacher. Okay, out the bomb hole. He's caught up in a little gaggle of 3 cars there, including himself. So he's making it clear that he wants to get past without putting too much pressure on. The issue is at this level, if you don't apply that amount of pressure that he's just done there, the car in front thinks you're not close enough to get past, and they don't move out of the way. So you've either got to be very quick and push extremely hard up onto the back of somebody to almost force them to move for you, or you've got to rely on being called through yourself, which isn't always possible because the refs, you know, as good of a job as they do, they haven't got 6 sets of eyes, so it's very difficult to keep an eye on the whole track at one time. Okay, so that was practice round number 4. I think the quickest lap we saw there wasn't into the 22s. We got some mid-23s. Philip Mazinger, 23.51, 23.17 from Baptiste Roach. And that's about the 2 fastest we've got. Cedric Didier did a 23.38. But that is behind us now. We move into practice heat number 5. Ben Simpson in car 1. Yolan de Weerd in car 2, William Callan car 3, Carl Marsden in car 4, Daniel Pole car 5, Matt Peters in 6, Christian McConaughey in car 7, Tom Cockrell in car 8, and Archie Bowman in car number 9. I don't think we've done much with Matt Peters yet this week, so let's have a look at Matt in car number 6 if we can, Paul. We've got about 45 seconds on the clock though, so I'll just have a quick chat with anybody that's online. Okay, so Crunchy Date. Paul is doing a very good job. He is. You're both doing a great job. Thank you very much, Jolly Green Giant. Paul, if you're having trouble with the cars, Polar Racing, it's even harder to get them in camera. There you go. So car 4, please, says Kevin Bourne. I think we've already done that heat, but we'll come back to it for sure. Car show is the oldest current four-wheel drive on the market, if I'm not mistaken. I think you're probably right there, to be fair. Emperor of Everything, please, from Lee Bond. Car 8, please, from Crunchy. Might try and change to the bottle 8. Okay, Phil's Amazing Man. Yeah, lovely. So, what are the dongs of justice? And there's just garbage cans or protection or something like water connection. They look at couples. So basically, what they are, if you can see on the straight there, are you available, Paul?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry.
Okay, just zoom in on the straight on those little sort of thingies that the marshals stand behind. Oh, there you go, that'll do. So just a sheet metal, creased in the corners, a flat bottom on it with some holes and Robin Hood Raceway printed in the side. But that is what the marshals stand in. You've got them on the straight, especially where the cars are going particularly quickly, or any points of the track where a marshal's going to be stood and they could be hit by a car. They stand inside one of those, or they have one of those things next to them. Anytime a car hits it, it does go dong. You know, that's just the way it is. You know, obviously they're not actually called dongs of justice. They're just marshal protection points, really. Ivo Gersdorf said, did they change the track? Yes, they did. Bottom right of your picture, of your screen, you can see the change there. So they were coming straight across where the banners are, where the marshal stood. And now, going the way you can see.
I can't find car 6.
Has he started? He has, right at the very, very back of this heat. Let's have a look as they go past me here.
Thank you for car 9 slowing right down so I could see his number. That's 8. 1.
Yeah.
4. 3. I could do bingo calling. Is that, I think that's 5.
It's 5, yeah. 5
2,
and a 2. 7, yeah.
6.
Ooh, we'll call that one 6. Call it 6, Paul. There you go. That one, the first of those two. One in front of that one.
That one.
There it is. So we're going to call this car number 6 of Matt Peters until I correct it when he comes past or confirm it. Okay, let's put my glasses on. That might help as I look out of the window here. No, that's car 9. So the one in front of that one, actually, Paul. Sorry, you were correct. Just gone down the straight now. Lovely. There we are. Car number 6 of Matt Peters takes us round at this point. 2.5 minutes really left on the clock. Actually, 2:35 left on the clock, but we're about halfway through. So Matt Peters was bringing up the very, very back of the pack in this one. He's managed to push himself up a couple of places. Archie Bowman must have had a couple of mistakes there. Christian McConaughey now bringing up the very, very back. Okie dokie. So Tom Cockrell is actually leading us out in this one. Best lap from Tom is a 23.27. Carl Marsden has done a 23.33. 23.04 from Ben Simpson. 23.65 from Will Callan. Dan Pole, 23.24. Wow, super fast lap from Dan Pole there. Lovely for him. Yolanda Weird, 23.16, 23.25 for Matt there. Archie Bowman, 23.50, 24 dead for Christian. So we're going to stick with Matt for a minute.
I have a question.
Go with the question.
Do we have the same number of drivers in 4-wheel drive that we had in 2?
Interesting.
There were 90, weren't there?
So that's 27, 36, 46 there. 55, 64, 73, 82. 82 drivers. No is the answer, Paul. Less is what we have for 4-wheel drive. Genuine shame, because if you were planning on coming to the event and you haven't, you've missed out on a seriously spectacular track and venue to be a part of, and the meeting itself has felt fantastic as well. So it'd be a shame to have missed out on this one if you could have been here. Okay, so I think we've done a fair few laps with Matt Peters. We'll try and pick up the number 8 car of Tom Cockrell, who's leading us out. I think Tom's in pretty much just a white shell, creamy white shell car somewhere, probably coming over that tabletop now. Back tabletop, sorry, just be on my face then. There he is, there's Tom. Around the switchbacks, as we said, 2015 A finalist from the Itabi Worlds.
Oh, that's a shame.
That was a shame. Okay, into heat number 6 we go. Jamie Gaberson is car number 1, Mortis Lautenbach, car number 2, Greg Williams, car number 3. Obviously brother to Natalie Williams there, it's Greg. In his Yokomo, Matt Thompson in the Schumacher in car 4, Dom Nunn car 5, Nathan Rawls in car 6. We've had a request for Nathan, so we'll follow Nathan in car 6 first of all, please. Eugene Galley is car number 7, Fabian Widmeyer in car number 8, and Kay Frenner in car number 9. I'm just going to have some pizza.
Okay. I've made a mental note of where car 6 is. In fact, he's going back. So then, what you're telling me is that the vast, vast majority of people who run 1/10 buggy have two-wheel drive and four-wheel drive cars?
No.
No, that was stupid then, yes. But surely people haven't come just for four-wheel drive and not done the two-wheel drive, have they?
Yes, but this is a European Championship, so you will find that if they've travelled, the likelihood is they're going to make the most of the week. So, if anything, you'll find people will turn up for two-wheel drive and not four.
Yes,
understandable, I think. Four-wheel drive being the slightly more expensive class, slightly more work to do on the car. Obviously, more driven axles by one. So more power going through the front wheels than you would do on a two-wheel drive, where they're just used to steer the car and create a little bit of side grip. So understandable that four-wheel drive's maybe not quite as popular. However, with the drivers, the four-wheel drive cars really are favourable to a lot of them just because of the characteristics of how they drive. If you think of a lot of these drivers when they were very, very young, probably would have had a Tamiya car of some description, which really usually would be sort of a four-wheel drive car. I'd imagine if they had some sort of rally Tamiya or something like that. Which would mean that, you know, the first sort of RC cars a lot of people drive are four-wheel drive, which would mean naturally a lot of them would favour the way that these cars handle, just because of what they would have grown up with as a sort of younger age, if you like. I won't be completely wrong there, but I think that makes sort of sense in a way. I'm gonna say that's how it is. If anybody would like to question that, please do. Okay, so we are with the number 6 car of Nathan Rawls. Nathan looking a little bit squirmy down the main straight there, which is quite surprising for Nathan, really. I'd be surprised if he's not running an incredibly similar setup to Bruno Coelho.
Somebody's back on the sweets.
Actually, what I was doing was just, I've noticed ants heading for the sweets, so I was just folding it over so none of them could get in the packet.
Yeah, right. I believe it.
Put it on top of my headache tablets there.
Right. How is the head, by the way?
Much better. Thank you very much for helping me out this morning. Very, very much appreciated. Okay, still with Nathan Rawls at the moment. Let's see if we can pick up Greg Williams. I think he's in the number 3 car. He is in the number 3 car. Yokomo out there. See if we can pick him up as he comes past me here. That's the number 2. There's the 6 of Nathan Rawls. And the 3 right behind him. There you go. There's the Yokomo of Greg Williams. Also, as I said before, brother to Natalie Williams, who was on a couple of heats ago. Into the bomb hole he goes. Flicks it left through the centre chicane. Nice straight line through there for Greg. Comes back past us over the step up nice and easily. Has a little bit of a squiggle as he comes out of that step up, to be fair. It's lost about 0.1 or 0.2 coming out of that. These guys really wanting to put in these fast laps now. A couple of consecutive really quick laps. Oh, Greg's pulled right out of the way there. Maybe it's just the anxiety of having another driver coming up behind him. And Greg pulled out, give himself a little bit of space, give the other driver the pressure of being in front, which is often a lot harder than chasing. Now you follow somebody. You can see where they're accelerating. You can see where their turning points are for corners. You can see where they're putting the brakes on. And you can use that as a guide for yourself if you are following them to go, oh, actually, I know I can brake a little bit later there. Now I can accelerate a little bit harder out of this corner than they've done, and I know I'll be able to catch them each lap. It's much, much easier to follow than it is to be the pace car, if you like, out in front. Okay, so Greg now. Around the centre hairpin, up through the bomb hole he goes. As
I'm now not too sure which one it is. Is it the leading one?
I was going to say, he goes in as one car, comes out as two. So, Greg there, you are on him still, yeah. Stopped again to give himself that little bit of space back. In fact, the car that had gone into the bomb hole, I think, was Nathan Rawls and had a nightmare there, and I think that was who Greg had let past, possibly.
Yeah.
So I think if we drop back one more car from Greg, I think that is the associated of EFRA. Should be the number 9 car as she comes past me here. Yes. There we go. Quite distinctive, actually. Normally you find with a single colour shell, people have done like a luminous green, luminous yellow, or bright white, something like that really stands out. What Kay's done there is a nice grey colour, which literally nobody does. So it's actually really, really easy to pick that car out. There's the same colour scheme in two-wheel drive as well. So there you go. Sometimes it is worth doing a one-colour car. You know, we do like to pick out the really colourful ones on track because they're easier to see. But if you've got a colour that nobody else uses... Oh, dear, Kay's gone over there. Flipped over by, I believe that is Carl Marsden. It is marshalling on that point there by the Dong of Justice. Oh, have a bounce through for the number 1 car. So, okay, obviously wanting a little bit of space. Mind you, time's up now, so really no need to do that at all. Okay, we've seen a 22.94 from Matt Thompson there. 22.7 from Mortis Lautenbach. 22.65 from EFRA. So 22.2.7 from Jamil Gabrielson. Now that is certainly a time for the sharp end of the field. And 22.7. Minute and a half to go before we kick the next heat off. That gives me just enough time to tell you that you are watching the EFRA Tony Sport 1/10 Electric Off-Road European Championships, brought to you by Schumacher Racing, Tony Sport and Hobbywing. And we're at the Robin Hood venue just outside of Blythe in Nottinghamshire. And this is the 4-wheel drive class of 1/10 off-road electric powered buggies. I'm going to see if I can squeeze a bit of pizza in 1 minute. Now, actually, what I'm going to do, I'm going to tell you who's in there. I'll tell you who's in this one. So for heat number 7, we've got Matt Kotzel in car number 1. Wesley Van Helmond, car number 2 in the Schumacher. Pekko Ivan in car number 3. Ed Callan in the Schumacher in 4. Tyler Little in another Schumacher in car number 5. Ben Jameson, the Associated in car 6. Alexander London in car number 7, not giving us manufacturer there. Phil Slay, Schumacher of car 8, and Elias Johansson in the Serpent car number 9. So excuse me 2 seconds, I've just got Muzz outside the door to have a quick chat to. Okay, so I am being joined by Muzz Schumacher from Schumacher Racing, one of the title sponsors of the event and the channel, of course, that you're watching now. So, hiya, Muzz. How are you doing? I just want to check with Paul that Muzz is faded up here and that everybody can hear him.
He's definitely faded up in our ears. Is he faded up on the master mix? That's another question. I'll go down and have a listen.
Thank you, Paul. You just set that camera and go down and have a quick listen. In your ears? Okay. Can you turn us up in Muzz's ears as well, so he's a little bit louder? In his headphones. Oh, down. Sorry. Turn it down in Muzz's ears. Sorry. Okay, Paul, if you can hear us in there, if you could turn Muzz's headphones down just a touch. And I might be able to do that from here, actually. No, I can't. Mm-hmm.
That's the one.
Okay, is that better for you?
Much better, yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Not a problem at all. How's it going, Muzz? How's the event for you so far?
Everything's going fantastic. Yeah, really good.
Good. Good results for you guys yesterday?
Yeah, very good. Yeah, Michael to obviously make the podium was brilliant. And we got, I think it was 4 cars in the main as well.
Yeah, nice. Nice. Really, really good results there. You certainly can't know if you're up on that top spot with the top 3 up there. I think that's a goal everybody's pretty much aiming for. I know it was disappointing for Michael. He came into the two-wheel drivers. I would have said certainly the favourite for the event, but you can't always predict how these things are going to go, can you?
Exactly. Yeah, it was very tight and brilliant to see so many juniors in there and the youngsters. But yeah, Michael obviously was on the pace, but the other guys, it was ridiculously close out there, and I think four-wheel drive's proving pretty much the same.
Yeah, it is. It is. I mean, that being said, I mean, there is some incredibly quick times going down. We've actually seen a 21-second lap come down so far.
Yes, I heard that one earlier from the young Danish boy.
Yeah.
Obviously very quick yesterday. So, yeah, Marcus was obviously rapid yesterday and proving it today in four-wheel. The question will be if it's one single flying lap or whether he can put them together.
Yeah, this is it. As you say, a single flying lap is one of those ones that a lot of people could pull out one of them.
Yeah.
But to pull 5 minutes of those together, which is what a lot of these guys are capable of doing, the likes of Bruno, I'm sure if you look at his average sort of lap times, they are not a million miles away from his fastest lap times, really. Same with the likes of Michael, etc. You get these guys that have got all that experience behind them and the races behind them. They know that the outright pace is great for this sort of thing, but when it actually comes down to it, what counts is that 5-minute pace.
Exactly, and as you can see on the video stream with the track, it's tough out there. It looks fairly straightforward, but the track is difficult, or certainly difficult to go fast for 5 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, Bruno, as I had said earlier on the stream, actually, he said the same thing about the the Hoodie Arena when we went there for the Worlds, that it was the hardest track he'd ever driven on.
Yeah.
But he also said that about the MKGP when he was there. He said that was the hardest track he'd ever driven on.
Yeah.
And I've been told in two-wheel drive, this was now the hardest track he's ever driven on. So
getting more and more difficult for him.
that's it. He's getting older. I think that's the thing with Bruno, isn't it? So it's not, maybe age is starting to catch up with him, and these tracks are getting harder to negotiate. But he's still well up there at the moment.
Sure.
Pekko Ivanen's leading us out from Tyler Little in this one. Tyler's obviously done incredibly well. I know he's had an awful lot of laps around Robin Hood, but to be up there, with the likes of, Wesley and Max Gotzel, etc.
Yeah.
Pekko Ivanen, indeed, one of the extremely fast drivers out there in the world. For Tyler Little to be up there with him, I mean, he's obviously driving for Schumacher these days, so, I mean, he must be pretty chuffed with Tyler.
Absolutely, yeah. No, he's been doing really well. Obviously, National A final that he's made as well now.
Mm-hmm.
And I think for one of the rounds yesterday, he got the fastest 2 consecutive laps during one of the practice runs. So, yeah, Tyler's doing really well. And obviously, Pekko, very fast as well. Ed Callan, Wesley, all our guys, in here, Phil Slay as well. So, yeah, some good talent out there. And as we're seeing at the Euros, numbers are not huge on entries, but the fast guys are still the fast guys, and they're still here.
Yeah, That's it. Wesley coming off the back of a win at the Belgian GP last weekend.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Wesley won one of the classes. Can't remember which one it was, and Jorn won the other. So we took the win, both classes, and truck, I believe, with Jorn as well.
Yeah, a long way to go for those guys. They are travelling an awful lot. I mean, if they come straight from the Belgian GP, next day they're here.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we look at Michael. I mean, what a jet set life like that guy's got these days.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, you say, you know, like with Jorn, it's not over yet for him. He's got the 10th Euros. He's obviously here with us now at Robin Hood.
Mm-hmm.
We finish here Saturday evening, and then he flies out from Heathrow early hours of Sunday morning to head to the 8 scale.
Wow.
Euros. So, I mean, Jorn's got and Kobovic isn't going to the event, but he's going back. So we've got a late night Saturday drive to Heathrow, and yeah, poor Jorn's on one plane to another and to the 8 scale Euros.
Yeah, very similar for Bruno as well. I think he's come off of the back of the Euros at the Hoodie
Touring
Arena for
car.
the on-road,
Yeah.
straight to here for the Euros for the off-road, and then again, you know, probably joining Jorn on the flight over to do the 8 scale.
Yeah. So pretty much 3 and 3 weeks for those guys for doing all the events.
It can't be a bad lifestyle, can it?
Not at all, no. There's a lot worse things out there, I'm sure, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. It's a lot of time away from home for these guys, though. Do you find, ever with any of the team guys, that's something you find that they struggle with at all, being out sort of away from the family home? I know, obviously, for the guys like Michael, you're not talking about his own sort of family that he's brought up for himself, but time away from home and friends and school buddies and things like that. Is it something that comes up within any of the teams, not just your own team, of course, but obviously the associated X-ray guys? You know, they're all travelling all of the time. Is it something that filters down to you that you hear of, that they want to spend a bit of time at home?
I think for sure they all want to try and find that balance, especially the guys who's a little bit older and got the family, the wives and things like that. With they've got to try and find that balance, and one of the biggest things they have is travelling around, the amount of kit they have to take. So, for these guys, they've come here, they've got all the racing kit, then they've got all the clothes, and some of them are, coming with less clothes because they've got more racing kit to bring.
Yeah.
There's a huge amount of organisation that has to go on, and people think these guys, only race weekends, they don't do anything in the week. A lot of them are wrenching on cars, or they're practicing at tracks, or they're preparing for the next event, getting all their flight tickets, hotels, and everything else organised. So it's pretty full on.
Non-stop bit of work, and like you say, I mean, you see it from the outset, and you see guys that are travelling around, and they get to throw radio controlled cars around a track, and it must seem like an absolutely idyllic lifestyle to a lot of people. And romantically, yes, I can see that side of it, of course. But when you actually think about what they are putting in and the amount of effort that it takes and skill, time alone just to get to this level of racing, you've either got to have that natural talent as a youngster, or you've got to do the time and the hours to get yourself up there.
Exactly, yeah.
We do have actually out on track at the moment, I believe this is heat number 8.
While you're doing that, can I just set your computer for you?
Of course.
Make it a bit easier.
Yes, please. So heat number 8, we do have, going around in this one, Josh Holdsworth, Noah Benhammer, Jamie Hawley, Martin, Luke Holdsworth, Hubert Honigal, Mika Whitmire, Jesper Rasmussen, and Clement Boder in the S-Works. So we will just keep an eye on these guys going round for the moment.
You've got very good eyesight, Matt, to be reading this.
Thanks.
A little bit better?
Oh, look at that. I can see it.
How long have you been working with that for?
I've been having to take my glasses off to be able to look at that and then put them
Get
back
your
on
magnifying
to see
glass
how-
out.
So we have got some results now as well that I can feed back to you guys. So Muzz has kindly come in and done some technical wizardry for me here. Yeah, that's brilliant. That's much better.
Making a bit more with what you need on screen and what you don't need, that's all.
Yeah, that's great.
Is this affecting anyone else's view, by the way?
No, not at all. Not
Okay.
at all. No, that's all done in on a separate laptop in there.
I think we're in the next to top heat in this one, is it?
We are. Next heat is the top heat, and that's where it's all going to start really kicking off. I mean, these guys are certainly putting down some laps at the moment. So 22.51 from Josh Holdsworth, 22.33 from Noah Ben Mohammed, 22.67 from Hubert Honigal. Everybody else Oh no, we've got some quicker laps than that. So 22.46. And Lee Martin's in there with the 22.46, 22.33 and the 22.32 from Josh Ellsworth and Ben Noah Mohammed. So there are some quick laps going down. At the moment, though, the 2-lap pace I think everybody is trying to beat is Jeremy Gabrielson with 2 laps in a 44.71. So you need to be averaging really those low, really low 22s to be in with a shout of knocking them off the top there.
Yeah, it's track's very fast still at the minute, as we've seen, and I'm assuming he's going to be some very low 22s and maybe in the 21s again, looking at it.
Yeah, I don't think we're far off getting a couple of consistent 21s together, and that's certainly going to put whoever does it, if they can do it, right at the very, very top of the pile for this round at least. So we've got one more round after this where we are going to carry on seeding. That will overlay this batch of results. So what will happen is as they seed through the next round, you'll see the results jump around a bit, and they're both the fastest times you get out of your 2 rounds is the one that counts.
I'm assuming it's going to be extremely close, as we were saying. Lee Martin's not getting the full 4.5 minute run in, but he's hopefully stringing a couple of fast laps together.
Yeah.
That's obviously what matters at the moment. Josh Ellsworth 22.01. Look at that last time through.
That is a quick lap for Josh.
See what he can back it up with. He's got 10 seconds or so left. So he's going to go around for this lap to try and put something together with it.
All right, so 22.01. Let's see what he comes back with on this last lap.
Noah Ben Mohammed 22.36. So see if he can put something with it as well.
22.67. So I think
44.68 then.
So that should be top of the pile, I think, is it not?
Oh, just look at that.
Wow, 0.02 of a second, isn't it?
If our maths are correct, anyway.
Yeah. Yeah.
Look at that one, 21.82, Misha Vidmaier.
Wow.
Where's that come from? Track is definitely fast.
This is much quicker, isn't it?
And Misha's gone through to get a final lap, I think, Matt, as well, because they're on 5-minute runs now. They're into the actual control practice.
We are really going to be looking for Mika to be pushing on this one then to get that last clean one in.
Let's try and pick him up where he is on track.
It's got to be.
I think he's done.
Yeah, done now.
23.05, so he let himself down with the last one.
Shame.
Unless he got something before with that 21.82, possibly. It's going to be very close.
We'll run into a very quick ad break, and we'll be back in about 30 seconds.
Commentate with you on it. So practice 9 coming up next. 50 seconds to the start, counting down. We're just seeing what these guys can do. 21.82, Misha Vidmaier. Quickest lap we've seen. But the fastest 2 laps is Josh Holdsworth, 44.23 from the last run. Noah Ben Mohammed second, 44.56. Jamil Gabrielson, 44.71. Lee Martin did get those 2 laps in.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he's fourth with a 44.85.
Whoa.
Misha Vidmaier, fifth, 44.87. They're the sub-45s that we're looking at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, you're going to need that, I think, realistically, to keep yourself in this one and the next one. Paul is making his way back up onto the top of TV Tower. And there is Lee Martin, bottom right-hand side of your screen, next to the Dong of Justice.
Just getting the flies off his face at the moment.
Yeah, have you seen? We'll get Paul, if he can, just to flick up on the rostrum at the end of this heat. We can do it now if they're not starting yet. And see the guys just brushing all of the flies off their faces the whole time. There you go.
Have you seen Ben Jemison as yet?
Has he got? Is he the one with the big face mask and everything on?
He's made a head covering out of a package from bottles of water, and he found it worked pretty well, so he's now put some associated stickers on it.
Right, Bruno is right in front of us here. And in fact, I'll tell you what, let's, seeing as Muzz is here, let's follow Michael Orlowski. He's just about to go onto the straight. Car number 1.
Car number 1.
Okay, off he goes.
So let's see what these guys can do.
Round the off-camber sweeper over the roller. And flicks it back into the bomb hole. Left through the infield chicane. Over the first of the tabletops, round the berm, over the driver's tabletop he goes. Oh, tight line there for Michael. That's a bit unusual for that one.
Yeah, they're normally wider on that, try and carry more speed through, so I think he's just building up to it.
So, first lap down, 23.72 as an opener for Michael Orlowski. Coelho comes in with an answer of a 26.27 in his opener. Not that you can really take much from these opening laps, to be honest. They're just almost sometimes a bit of a sighting lap for these guys just to get themselves in. Much better line from Michael through there. You should see a much quicker lap now as he comes over the line. So this last lap for Michael.
22.3.
22.3. That is his best lap.
2 for Bruno.
So both me and Muzz are fixated on the timing screen at the moment to see what's going on. Okay, let's give Michael one more lap after this one. And then we will do one more lap with Michael, and then we will drop on to Bruno. So Michael on his last lap with an absolute scorcher, a 21.96 for Michael there. So that's certainly going to bump him up in the standings for sure.
See what he can back it up with. This one's looking pretty clean. He was a little bit tight in front of the rostrum once again, but down the straight he goes with a 22.4. So, half-second difference. He's not going to be too happy with that.
No, he won't be. That's he doesn't like consistency of half a second a lap, that's for sure. All right, so just underneath us has gone Neil Cragg onto the straight now. Let's see if we can follow Neil for a couple of laps. Around the off-camber sweeper he goes, over the roller. Flicks it back and down into the bomb hole goes Neil. Up on 2 wheels, so probably lost a little bit of time into the bomb hole there. Not a huge amount. Nice and cleanly over the first tabletop. Tight line there. See, they're losing an awful lot of time with that tight line across the second tabletop.
I think they're going tight there because of the step up for the next corner possibly now. There's a marshal guard, then you really don't want to hit that if you go wide.
No, that's it. That is the dong of justice. When he hit it, you'll understand why it's called that.
Exactly. Big Ben's got nothing on that when they hit it flat out down the straight.
That's it. That's it. We call it the step up until someone hits it. I've decided that in my head now.
Exactly, yeah. I haven't seen anyone hit it there today as yet.
I've got a picture of Yorn's car after he hit it.
Yeah,
with
okay.
The wishbone snapped off the front.
Right. Yeah, there's only one winner, as we said.
That's it.
Tommy Orr, 22.07.
Ooh.
Marcus Kierup is on it now, 22.04. So let's see what these guys can back it up with. Another couple of minutes remaining.
That's quite a step up for Tommy. He's not been able to get really near that low end of the 22, so Craggy's over there.
Neil's over. You might want to pick up Tommy, possibly car number 7, see what he can do with it. Try and pick him up on the track.
So orange and black one, not the one with the black wings, so...
Just try and find where he is watching from the rostrum. He's coming round.
No, that's Bruno. Oh, is this him now? Is that Tommy there?
There he goes, number 7.
Just come underneath us there.
Just coming onto the straight now. There he is.
Okay, let's see what happens here.
22.5, so again, half-second difference. Not ideal for these guys.
So they've obviously got a single lap pace, which is really, a really, really quick single lap pace.
Kerup's just on a 22.16, which I think backs up his 22.04, so that's only a tenth apart. Alaski's just banged in a 22.04. So while you're watching, Tommy, we'll see what these other guys are doing. So Tommy's coming through.
Down into the bomb hole he goes, flicks it left through the centre chicane.
Literally not a chicane for those guys. They're just
straight
line it through there.
Yeah, they do. Okay, so up over the step up is Tommy. A little bit shaky around there, so he's lost a bit of time. Had to really punch it off the sand onto the main straight there. He's certainly losing a bit of time. I think Tommy might be overdriving himself at the moment, really, to catch up the likes of Bruno and Michael. Still running in second overall in this one.
Looking quick, yeah. 22.03 for Michael. The back is 21.98. That could be. That's the quickest, I think, isn't it? The pair of laps so far.
Is it? It's got to be consecutive, though, isn't it?
Yeah. So he did a 21.98 and a 22.03.
Wow. Okay. Well, that's top time then, isn't it? If that's come through like that.
We can't see the full list of laps at the minute until we're into qualifying mode, but I think that's what it was looking like. So these guys, Matt, 21.96 for Orlowski, still not beating Widmeyer on the 21.8 that he did.
No.
Which is quite surprising.
I didn't actually see that lap go down, to be honest, so I can't really tell exactly how that went through. It must have just been one of those...
Yeah, either every apex perfect, or he had a crash and he cut a corner, possibly.
Look at that difference in the 5-minute time, 0.39.
Yeah. Orlowski's ended on a 21.83. So just making us eat our words about what Widmeyer had done. So Marcus Carup done a 22.04. Orlowski's done a 21.83.
Where do you think we're going to end up with lap times on this one then? Because I think we're going to drop down to about a 21.6 maybe as an absolute scorcher of a hot lap for this.
Yeah, I think we're going to struggle to get much below that. And if they're going to do it, you're only going to see it through practice because there's no way they're going to risk everything in qualifying. They want the 5-minute run, of course, at that point.
Why'd you say that? I think Tommy Hall's fastest lap came yesterday in one of his finals.
Yeah. Yeah, the finals, though, if you saw, obviously, from home and that watching, they was pushing on like crazy. They just could not back off one little bit.
Do you know what I was having a chat with Craig Drescher earlier, and I said to him there was a point where Tommy was out in front, and I think it was right towards the end of one of the finals, and Michael was a few corners back, and you could just see the last lap or so, the body language of Michael's car changed, and he closed the gap to Tommy within a couple of corners. It was unreal how he did it, but just couldn't quite make that move to get past him, unfortunately, Michael.
If they literally throw everything at it, as he obviously did then, they can gain some time, but you're risking a huge amount. It's just updated on the overall, so Michael Orlowski has gone top, 43.86. Marcus Carup, second on a 44.10.
Nice.
So Orlowski's got nearly 3/10 there on the fastest 2 laps.
Wow.
But we did see there was a few half-second drops in there as well. Bruno Coelho, third, 44.16. Josh Holdsworth, fourth, 44.23. Paul Crompton, fifth, 44.49. So look how tight it is. Your Neumann, sixth, 44.51. Noah Ben Mohammed, seventh, 44.56. Jamil Gabrielson, eighth, 44.71. Tommy Hall, ninth, 44.80. So your two-wheel drive champion. Not quite having it all his own way in four-wheel at the minute.
No, but I will tell you how tight it is that the top, other than Michael Orlowski, who's on a 2 and a 43.86, everybody from second down to 14th is on 2 in a 44-something.
Yeah.
So you've got 13 drivers doing 2 laps in 44 seconds or so.
Yeah, 10th place, just finished top 10, Una Hartonen, 44.83. And then look, 11th, 44.84. 44.85, 44.85, 44.87. So incredibly close. So
Cragg, and that's Neil Cragg and Lee Martin.
Identical.
On identical times.
They don't want to be 13th. Unlucky number, so they're both a 12. Like that year when they had the national championship and they tied for the championship points and had to share it between them.
Yeah.
But incredibly close. So from Orlowski down to, like you said, 14th, 1 second covering them.
It's incredible, isn't it? It just shows how tight the field is here at that top end, and how much it can literally change just through going slightly wide on a corner. Because, I mean, you look at some of these are less than sort of, what are you talking, 0.06 of a second over 2 laps between Carup and Coelho. So that is what? That's not even
a blink of an eye.
That's a slight wrong bobble on a going over a bump in a straight line, just to slow yourself down that much. It's an incredibly small amount of time that we're trying to measure on these guys here. So they are throwing everything they possibly can at it. As we said earlier on through these practice heats, you have got the opportunity, especially if you do have a mistake on a lap, just to try and push yourself. And as long as you kind of set yourself back up to come through these switchbacks onto the main straight, you should be setting yourself up for another start to a clean lap again. But it does give you the opportunity to really push the car, push the corners, just see how you are doing as far as your handling is concerning, your accelerating, your speedo settings and all that sort of thing. So these guys are pushing it as hard as they can, but even with that, you are seeing lap times out there that are incredibly similar across the sort of top 14, 15 drivers. Any sort of predictions if you take Michael Orlowski out of it for you, Muzz?
Well, obviously Michael did very well there.
Yeah.
You can never write off some of these guys, can you?
No, you can't.
You know, Tommy's only gone just scraping top 10 at the minute. It's not all about 2 laps. It's about the 5-minute consistency. We haven't obviously checked all the laps as yet. But Orlowski's going to be in there. Coelho, Kobovic, Yorn, Tommy, obviously. So pretty much the guys in this heat. And seeing the pace we've just seen, Misha Widmeyer has got to be an outside option as well, possibly. But it's very very tight, and what you'd expect from these sort of people.
It is. I mean, these guys are putting in the work to do that as well. So if you think they've all come from different parts of the world, they've all turned up to the same track, and they are all still within that amount of time of each other. It shows the skill level you've got to reach to be able to beat these guys. And when you start dropping down through, those times do tend to spread out just a little bit more. So as we drop down even further, 245s go down to about 29th, and then 246s up to 43rd, 247s. We're only just down to 55, Pierre Petidia there. Even smaller amount of 48s. 49s even less, 50s even less, 51s even less, and just one in the 52. So it does tend to... No times yet from Eugene Galley, Laurent Jesus, or Mattis Benetton. Mind you, I haven't seen Mattis here. He's not here, is he?
This is just, I think, round 6. If we go back to just check on the overall, you'll see if they've been out at all. I think Eugene's been out earlier. So these are the guys that haven't been out just below there. I think they're no-shows. So that's your total overall, including the other round. So you've got... So I'll ask... Widmeyer, has done round 3. Is his quickest run that he's done so far.
Now, does that count? Because I
no,
thought...
Exactly. Doesn't count for anything apart from, just to get an idea for these guys of what they have done. But it's all about now. That was free practice. Now we're in controlled practice.
I think the last round was the first round of controlled practice, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So this will be the last one now.
Round 7's coming up now, which is the last round of controlled practice for today. So they'll then take, I believe, it's the best 2 consecutive laps from the round they've just done.
Yeah.
Or the next round.
To do.
And that sorts out the seeding for the heats. So, if you see some of these guys in the midfield, literally 1 second will drop you from 25th to 41st.
It's incredible. That's a hell of a drop.
Yeah.
You don't want to be going down sort of, 3 finals for a second.
Exactly, yeah.
But that is the margins we're talking about at this event. If a second can drop you down that much, it's a case of really not wanting to touch any of the barriers, really not wanting to roll that car. Even a champion's roll, which brings you back onto your wheels, you've lost so much time in that. It's pretty unlikely you're going to be able to make it back with the quality of drivers that are here. So these guys still going to be pushing. And as you can see with the lap times, they aren't holding too much back at the moment. It's nice to see, to be honest. It's nice to see them taking the risks. I will just pop out just for a second, just have a word with Neil. Hold on.
So we get some of these drivers while we've got a bit of a gap. Mr. Cragg ready for his marshal duties coming up. Matt's just going to see if we get some of these drivers while I've got a short gap between the rounds. I think we're probably getting ready to go soon. I think Neil's saying he's a little bit busy at the minute. We'll try somebody else for you in a minute if we can't get Neil. Have you failed?
I've failed.
Oh.
He said, sorry. So just had a quick chat with Neil there. Neil said he would come in, but we're meant to be starting at 5 o'clock, and it's actually gone 5 o'clock. So Neil is...
We are running behind schedule, though, and timekeeper and race
Hero.
director is stood outside race control, so nothing's happening as yet.
Yeah.
Do you want me to go and see if I can find someone for a minute?
Go on, see if you can pull someone in, Muzz. Okay, so Muzz is just going to head on out to the track for a second, see if he can pull in one of the drivers out there. I'm going to have a quick sip of water. So there you go. First round of actual seeding qualifying practice has gone through. We will get some proper overall times as time goes in. As I say, it's only round 6 and round 7 that count towards these seeding times. Sorry, quick drink there. So it is only round 6 and 7, as I say, that count towards the seeding times in these. And these guys just out on track. Neil was just said to me there, he said, you keep asking me to come in for a chat, but then you keep forgetting to come and ask me to come in. I said, Neil, I never forget you, Neil. Never forget you. You just forget to come and see me. That's all it is. So hopefully, after this one... Oh, there we go.
The fastest man in the last round is on his way. Mr. Orlowski.
Literally one of the fastest men in an RC car in the world at the moment. On his way to have a chat with us. And it's nice of him to bring his nice yellow beetle-attracting jacket with him.
Exactly, yeah. That's going to stay outside, don't worry.
How are you finding the thunderbugs and stuff?
Terrible. Yesterday, when I was commentating on the finals, I'm stood just in the doorway of race control. There was in your ears, on your forehead, on your legs, everywhere. It was really hard to cope with them. But the driver's obviously struggling even more on the rostrum with everything.
They are.
So Michael's here now, so I'll give him this headset, and you can have a few words if that's all right with you.
Superstar. Thanks, Buzz. There we are there. Michael Orlowski, fastest man at the meeting at the moment. How are you finding it out there?
Yeah, it's been going quite well. At the beginning, we're struggling maybe a bit. Bruno was very fast, and we're just trying really small changes in the car. And for this round, we worked as a team together. I noticed Pecco's car going really well, so I asked him how he's doing and what he has in his car, and then I tried it out, and the car just went really fast. And
Nice.
I was feeling very comfortable out there, a clean run, good 2 laps. So it's looking good so far.
Yeah, good stuff. So what was the biggest change that you made then in between?
We've been playing with the rear roll center and the diff heights pretty much. I think that's the biggest change that has improved the car. So I've been playing with that and a bit of the shock setup and just trying to get the car to corner really smoothly because of those high-speed corners on this layout and to be really good on the bumps.
Yeah, you do see a lot of the cars bouncing around out there. They've been a lot more settled in four-wheel drive than they were in two-wheel drive. I think the two-wheel drives are really finding the bumps a little bit of a challenge, but these the four-wheel drives really seem to be fairly planted out there. How are you liking the step up, the new change to the track?
I like it. It's a bit more challenging, I think, and you need to miss the it's not a cone, but it's
The dong of justice, we're
gong,
calling it.
Okay, the dong of justice.
That's it.
So it's a nice section. I know it from before at Robin Hood, so it's a nice another part of the track.
Great stuff. Michael, look, thank you very much. I can see the guys going out to Marshall now.
Thank you.
Really, really appreciate your time. Best of luck. Let's hope you can squeeze a couple more tenths out of the next one.
Cheers. Have a nice day.
Thanks, bud. Bye-bye. What an absolute star he is, Muzz. You've really done well to have him on the team for you guys. Awesome representative for Schumacher. Lovely all-round guy and absolutely blisteringly quick out on track. Could you ask for a lot more from a team member?
Exactly. He's absolutely brilliant and obviously quite quick across the track as well, as you can see now. We've had to make him run to his marshal point. True professional that he is. He's there ready in time. So we've got Michael obviously that time, and we'll try and get somebody else after they've done the marshal. If we can grab Neil or somebody else, I would assume.
That would be good. If we can get Neil to come in, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll pop out. I'll just see if I can get him to swing in a minute. Hold on 2 seconds, Tim. I was just...
Okay. 20 seconds coming up to the next round. And the true professional that Neil Cragg is, giving Matt Guppy the nod. So Neil Cragg will be in next for a short interview once he's done his marshalling duties.
Okay.
And breathe.
See, this is why I gave up RC racing. It was far too much physical exercise for me, Muzz.
What, the marshalling?
That's the most running I've done in the last 3.5 years. Okay, so we're off heat. What heat are we kicking off with now, Muzz? Are we still in heat order?
Yes, it'll still be in heat order at the minute for control practice, I believe.
Okay, so Felix Arnold, Nina Arnold, Dan Gross, Chris Bowden, Martin Hadley, Miklos Sabados, Chris James, Code Middlecoop, and Arild Valderensis.
Well pronounced. I was coming up against some of these yesterday when I was commentating.
I don't think it is Valderensis, it's Valdesnes.
Valdesnes.
Valdesnes,
yes.
There we go. Sorry, everybody. Apologies for that. I know it's highly irritating when I get the names wrong, but when you're reading a lot of these out, it happens from time to time.
Got someone getting some big air there. They're getting brave past the
dong.
The big dong of justice.
They are. They are. They get brave up until a point, and then bravery becomes foolishness.
Can you see how brave Mr. Cragg is at the minute?
Yes,
Look how far he's standing back from that marshal guard.
You get some of them that stand off screen back here to avoid it. Yeah.
Okay, so Neil's pretty brave then at that one, we'll say.
Yeah, only I've not seen anybody stand inside the dong yet.
He's seen Kern Middlecoop drive before.
Yeah, he has.
Kern did hit the big marshal guard on the straight yesterday, and the entire rear end was off on one side, I believe.
Oh, gutted. I saw Una Hatton hit the number 8 one on the straight this morning and snapped the wishbones on his car, so doable.
But they have saved many pairs of legs at the warm-up event as well. It was Hupo Honigel, who was one of them hit him absolutely full tilt at the warm-up, and it was shaking for like 10 seconds. And then poor Hupo was shaking for about 20 seconds.
Was he all right, though?
He was fine, yeah, because the marshal guard did its job.
Right, okay, well, that's all right then.
So, no, it was absolutely fine.
I've seen a few people take a RC car to the foot over the years, and it's never a pretty sight.
No, exactly. You don't realise how fast these things are going and the weight behind them until they actually hit you on the ankle bone or anywhere there. It's pretty painful, isn't it? And can take a long time to recover.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you're talking, average 1.5 kilos ish for a car.
Yeah.
Doing, top end of the straight, near enough 40 miles an hour.
Yeah, at least I would say with some of these brushless systems now. I mean, the two-wheel drives yesterday in finals, you could see them literally lifting the front end as there was 3/4 of the way down the straight. They've got that much power underneath them. Yeah. And that straight, probably on camera looks pretty flat, pretty smooth. But as Bruno will tell everybody, because he was telling us how surprised he is at how bumpy it is, it's pretty bumpy, and the cars do get a bit of air underneath them.
It is. You can actually see, so as you go down the straight on the left-hand side of the screen there, you can see the sort of sandy patches. Yeah. Everywhere you've got a small patch of sand is where the cars aren't on the ground.
That's right, yeah.
So the cars are lifting off on the small bumps. Obviously, this is where the sand collects in the smaller dips in the track. But as you can see, these cars not with a flat run down these straight. Unlike the Southport track, Muzz, as you know, pool ball.
Billiard flat, as Aidan would say.
Billiard ball flat, billiard table flat, as Aidan Burke would say, yes. This different ballpark here.
Absolutely. thing with Southport though is the famous back section makes up for the track to give it its unevenness, should we say?
It does. And a challenging track it is. A lot of people have a favourite as Southport over the years, and then as changes have made, have said it's not a favourite, and then as another change is made, as it's gone back to a favourite track again. So
yeah.
it's. I remember the days of it being a true multi-surface track down at Southport there, and it was certainly a challenge then. But with the speed and the grip and what these cars can do now, the guys covering it in the Astro, the brand new Astro at Southport as well. Mm-hmm. So no sand or anything in it. It is uber high grip down there in the dry weather. But we're at Robin Hood, Muzz. We're at Robin Hood Raceway. Who is taking us round in practice heat number 1 for round 7?
Sunny Robin Hood Raceway, as well as it always. Aidan's always about sunny Southport, but I think it's been sunny once while I've been at any event there. Yeah. Right on the coastline, it doesn't bode well.
I think it's about the same for me, really. I've not done many dry races at Southport over the years.
Exactly. So, Kerr Middle Coupe, quickest on the 5-minute run, but of course it's the 2 laps that count. So he's got a 24.26. 24.19, Martin Hadley. Not sure what he's backed it up with, we'll see. 23.69 there from Daniel Gross. Miklos down the bottom end of the list here, so Aidan won't be too happy if he's watching on from home. Likes to see his old mate Miklos. I think it's because Miklos has got his blue Schumacher hoodie on today. He's normally got his ridiculously bright fluorescent yellow hoodie on, but due to the fly situation, he has had to put that one away, I believe, for this event. He did try it the other day. And I think it turned from yellow to black fly in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, it doesn't take long. It really doesn't take long. I got told that was why we got Craigie on his way in now.
Yeah, see Neil on his way, so I'll pass him the headset. He's just on his way in now.
Okay, we've just had the results updated as well. So Martin Hadley did actually take that one, 2 in a 48.51.
Afternoon, Mr. Craig. Come on in, you can take my headset for a minute.
Come on in, bud. So, joining us now, Neil Cragg, world famous Mr. Cragg. How are you doing out there, bud?
Yeah, not too bad. Yourself?
Yeah, all right. All the better for catching up with everybody again at the event. It's been really nice to see some friendly faces, I must admit. It's been a long time coming. How are you finding the track out there compared to two-wheel drive?
Yeah, pretty good actually. I looked at the step up, and I've never been a big fan of this section, to be honest, but they've changed it a little bit. They've taken a wall out and they flattened the takeoff and stuff, and it's much better. It was one of my favourite bits of the track, to be honest. The rhythm section works really nice, so yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah,
nice. I do like the two tabletops together. I remember when this was almost like a set of doubles, the first tabletop, wasn't it? And they changed that not so long ago to be that sort of second tabletop. And I really think that works well, especially with the little bobble, the sort of berm before the next one, just to give you something to...
Yeah, you use it as a banking on the apex. Yeah, it's like I say, the whole section works really well. It's pretty cool.
So, two-wheel drive, we had a quick chat about this earlier. Two-wheel drive, we're coming over the driver's tabletop, we'll call it, in front of the rostrum, and everybody's going wide.
Yep.
So we've got about 40% of people in four-wheel drives going wide, and literally everybody else taking an inside line on it. So what's your take on that between the two-wheel drive and four-wheel drive here?
Yeah, the two-wheel drive line was the old school jump to the outside on the first tabletop roll, and then the takeoff of the last jump is a lot neater and a lot straighter. So that's why you're doing two-wheel drive. But in four-wheel drive, I've found that to get the last jump right, up the step up, you have to go more towards the inside on the tabletop. So you come out of the corner, tight tabletop, roller, and then it sets you up much nicer for the step up at the end of it.
I got you.
So that's what I found. I was a little wide because I'm old school and I've been here a million times. I always tend to jump wide and do the local line, but for this section, I have found that you've got to move over a little bit, and just it finishes the last bit off better.
Yeah. Yeah, and times are tight out there as well. So finding those little 0.2s, 0.3 of a second on a lap, it's making a huge difference at the moment. We looked at the overalls for the last heat, and I think between second and, what was it, about 17th or 15th or something, 14th, there's a second. between everyone.
It's almost like it's a European Championship, isn't it?
You'd think so.
No, it's. I mean, it was super close in two-wheel drive. It's always going to be close in four-wheel drive. Four-wheel drive's a bit more wild and kind of, any old Tom, Dick and Eric can string 2 laps together out of, complete chaos.
Yeah.
So you always get, I mean, you want to be fast over 5 minutes. You want to be in the top 8 or you want to be fast over a lap, but you got to keep your 5-minute head on and just think, yeah, I'm not the fastest out there, but as long as the 5-minute pace is good, 2 laps is irrelevant. I try not to think about the 2 laps at all. I just go out there and just think 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Let's have a clean run and try and get some fast laps in. But some people like some guy who's not particularly fast, but he can get lucky and string 2 laps together. That'll seed him way too high, and then he's in a race with people that faster than him. He's moving over all the time, and he's just confidence is low because he's not as fast as the guy he's racing with, and doesn't help anyone. You'd rather should seed into your heat that your ability gives you.
Yeah, I have never been a fast lap racer. When I was racing properly and racing full time kind of thing, if you like to call it that, when I was racing properly, I could never do that 2-lap pace to get me into a decent heat. So I always seeded actually a bit less than where I would normally be in qualifying, and that always meant that I think it was the MKGP was one of the last big ones that I attended. I'd pretty much be going off first in my heat, and I love that because that gives me 4 laps, say, of clear track in front of me. Save any of the guys that are later on in the heat crashing out, but that gives you such a clear track to go for. And I know it is easier to follow sometimes. Maybe not if I'm trying to follow yourself, but it is if you're trying to follow some of a similar pace. You've got that braking mark, haven't you? And your turning points to be able to judge from.
Yeah.
So, I like a clear track, though. I don't like anyone else in my vision, if you like.
It's what I'm used to at nationals. I like to set off first, and I like to have a clear track. So, like I say, the Euros, sometimes it's not beneficial to be 7th, 8th, 9th in the top 8. It's easier just to be in the next top 8 where you're going to be starting first or second. I mean, look at Marcus, who finished second at the Intel Drive. He seeded in the C heat, so it's there's not much in it, to be honest. It's good.
Really?
You want to be fast. You want to tell everyone you're fast and you're in the top 10, but bigger picture you have to look at sometimes.
Do you think you were expecting Marcus to come through like he did yesterday?
Not in 2-wheel drive, to be honest. I knew he was going to be fast in 4-wheel drive. But to be fair, watching him in practice, I thought, he looked pretty good. I thought it might have come a little too early for him because he's still so young, but he was quick. But I knew he would be, I expected him to be faster in 4-wheel drive than what he was in 2-wheel drive. He did a good job. Yeah. He did.
Yeah, nice. I had a quick chat with Craig Drescher. Came in and had a chat with me this morning first thing, obviously before we went on air. Said it was a really emotional day for you guys, or especially him yesterday. He said after the final, he said he don't think he stopped shedding a tear until about 10:30 at night. So he's in and out, and then he got shown a video of Julian Graham after, as Tommy had won kind of thing, or won that last final, and he said that just set him off into tears again. He was off, you don't expect it of a big burly guy like Craig, do you? But it's nice to see him that involved in the racing still, even after this many years.
Yeah. To be honest, mate, I'm the most stone-hearted person here. My wife hates it. I never cry. I never show any emotion on anything. And when he won, and I mean, Jamie Hall did an amazing job. He finished 4th, but he was so overwhelmed that Tommy had won it, and he was crying in the pits, and I was had a tear in my eye. I was like, oh my God, and I did rubbish, but just to see how much it meant to him as a brother and how much it meant to the family, it was really, really good to see. It was really nice. Like I say, I was pretty close to tears, and I'm as stone-headed as they get.
Nice.
I walk around standing on puppies and stuff. It doesn't affect me. I'm always joking though.
You're lucky Nick Damon's not here. Yeah. I've got to admit, when he took the first of those finals, I was really glad Nick was here to do the interview afterwards, because as I was going, oh, Tommy's won, my voice started to go, and I was like, right, go over to Nick we go, kind of thing. So yeah, that was it. That was it. Get it kind of done. Right, we are going to drop into a quick ad now, I believe. said we heard him in a minute ago, he said he took a bit from Pecco Ivan's car. He said he was watching that go round. And said sorry about that. We are back now. Just having a quick chat with Neil off camera there. Thank you, mate. We'll catch up with you again. Cheers, Neil. Take it steady. So, Neil's prediction. We just asked him what his prediction for the end of this one was, and pleasingly to Muzz, Michael Orlowski is well up there for Neil. He said he's certainly coming on in the pace now. A little bit of a tip for Bruno as well. He said Bruno's always going to be quick in a four-wheel drive, but I think a lot of people have got their eye on Michael Orlowski for this one, to be fair. There's a lot of pressure for the 20-year-old chap to take. But being the seasoned and professional racer that Michael is, I'm sure he can take any pressure that's thrown his way. So we're into practice heat number 3 now, Muzz. Who's in this one?
Yeah. Where's the heat list? This one?
Yes.
So, car 1, David Karadec. Car 2, David Scott. I see why you gave me this one to read the names on. Car 3, Bastian Andresen. 4, Remy Bertrand. 5, Lucas Didier. 6, Lauren Jehus. 7th, Martin Owen, the
That's
Emperor.
a difficult one, that one.
Yeah. Difficult as in name or difficult as in person?
Yeah, well, take your pick. Take your pick.
Car 8, Natalie Williams. Natalie's always pretty quick round here, so she'll be trying to show the boys how it should be done. And number 9, Freddie Russell.
There you go, Freddie. I think that Freddie is running a TLR four-wheel drive, isn't he?
Yes, he is, yeah.
Literally, I think, the only TLR at the event.
I heard there was a French guy running a TLR as well.
Okay.
I'm not sure who it is. So I think there's 2 of them, possibly.
Annoyingly, if you look at my list over here of drivers and sponsors, you'll notice that the French guys are missing most of theirs. So that's why we are struggling with who's got what car for the French team, unfortunately.
Ah, right. Undercover, don't want us to know.
There you go. There you go. They might be swapping.
Can't see any TLRs on there. They're, all the chassis are marked now, I believe. So whatever they've got to stick with it. One of the rules that you're only allowed to mark up one chassis for the EFRA Euros.
And I suppose that is a risk with an outdoor event. If you've got a choice of sort of long, short chassis to go for, or whatever the choice would be on kick-ups on the front or anything like that, especially with the four-wheel drives and things, once you've marked that off, a big change in weather could be almost an end to your event, realistically, couldn't it?
Yeah, exactly. It's not so crucial today moving forward with the four-wheel drive, but two-wheel drive was certainly, a few of them was head-scratching and wondering what to do, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, once you made that decision, you've got to stick with it, and that's what you're with for the rest of the event.
So, after the last round has gone through, just to update you guys, top 10, Sven Ruddig, Sebastian Landon, Martin Hadley still up there at the moment with the 2:48.51. Obviously, these times are going to be way down the list as we go through, but those are your top 3 at the moment. Cone Middlecoop's up there with the 2 in 48.65. Scott Follington, 2 in a 48.94. Dan Gross, 2 in a 49.10, 2 in a 49.49 for Bowden. Rennick is on a 49.69. John Mile, 49.72. And then we drop down to Jules Reverdy in a 50.04. So not the quickest times for these guys at the moment. And those heats have already gone through and finished. So there's no other chance for them to improve on that now. However, the rest of these heats still have a good chance to put some decent lap times in. This, as I say, being the final round of practice that these guys are going to see today. Round 7. We are currently in heat number 3.
I was doing a quick weather check because tomorrow keeps looking more and more like rain in the morning. So it could really mix things up in qualifying.
As you look around the scene around the venue, look up at the skies, there are some big storm clouds building for sure. I know that my partner Tanya down in the southwest of the UK has said they've had thunderstorms down there, but we're a fair old way up the country from my neck of the woods. So let's just hope that's not drifting north to us. It may well reach us by tomorrow morning, but hopefully it will stay dry for these guys. Although with the four-wheel drives, the wet isn't as much of an issue as it would be for the two-wheel drives, of course.
No, exactly. I just saw the clouds rolling in, which is why it just prompted me to just check the weather, see what it was going to be doing. Mainly between points 8 and 9, where, as we've said earlier, there's a chicane there in the middle of the track. Most of the top boys go straight through it. That's not the case if it's damp or wet, as we've already seen. It's literally like a skating ring. As soon as they gas it up coming out of that corner, swapping ends, full 360s and everything. With two-wheel drive it was. Yeah. So we'll see with four-wheel drive if we get that weather.
So obviously, with the lead up to the event, I know there was obviously a thing with the site and James, and obviously deciding on what tyres were going to be run and things like that, and they settled on yellows. I think the last time that I got involved in that conversation with anybody, you guys at Schumacher, at Schumacher Racing, were looking at a different sort of compound for this event. Did anything ever? Obviously, nothing really came of it on that, but was that looked into too much, or was it a case that you kind of went, well, for the sake of it, James, it's likely going to be dry at that time of the year. Setting everybody else out on a specialist one-off tyre for one event might be a bit too much to ask. Nobody's going to have time to sort of practice on it. Or was it just the case that the club went, we just want yellows?
No, there was huge amounts of testing went into it all. Lots of work done because of the rule that's in there with EFRA. I think mainly due to the dirt tracks where they have the one compound.
Yeah.
Which I totally get. But when we're outside racing in the UK, no matter whether it's June, July, August, whenever, as we both know, you're risking sometime there's likely to be some sort of rain in the air. So ideal scenario would have been to have two compounds. We tried to put that forward to EFRA, but it wasn't something that was doable due to the rule. So we did try doing different compounds. They was tested by James and some of the team at Robin Hood.
Nice.
But yeah, they did the testing. The other compound we came up with was not as fast as a yellow in the dry, but it was better if it was going to be damp or wet. But the wear rate wasn't ideal on it.
Yeah.
And then, lots of things was done, to-in and fro-in, and in the end, we went back to just stay with yellows. Because when they ran them, as you'll see, if it happens, yellows are not undrivable. They're not as quick, but it's the same for everybody.
Yeah, of course. And you've got to find that compromise between, speed, grip, and lifespan.
Exactly, yeah.
There's no point having tyres that fall off the edge of a cliff after 6 laps, is there? For the sake of being the chance that it might rain on one of these events to make it slightly easier. Obviously, from what we've got now, it would have been a very different two-wheel drive event if it had been wet all the way through, of course.
Yeah.
I'm not sure whether we would have seen the same results there at all, to be honest, because I think at that point, I probably would have got a tenner out of my pocket and gone down the betting shop for Orlowski, I think, if it was wet, to be honest with you, Muzz. I think he is pretty phenomenal when it comes to tricky situations like that. So I think that may well have changed things. So, yeah, we've been really fortunate with the weather. That little patch of rain we had leading into the first day of two-wheel drive qualifying, I did think was going to hold longer on the track, but it's incredible how this track dries out as quickly as it does.
Absolutely remarkable how quick it dries up, and then because it's had the rain on it, which obviously affects the sand and the surface, it suddenly goes very fast.
Yeah.
So no, it's not always a bad thing if you hit the track at the right time.
No, exactly. But then again, if you've got your car set up a little bit off and you're not expecting that grip level to be up, it's almost impossible to push it round a corner at any speed, isn't it?
That's right, yeah. Talking to James Halliwell, he's now on track. Practice 4 underway, car number 8. He's just getting settled in. He's not up to speed as yet. The pink machine.
There he is.
There he comes past us. Around and onto the straight. That's James Halliwell.
He's associated all the way through now, isn't he? Or is he X-ray four-wheel drive?
I think he's still X-ray four-wheel drive.
Is he?
Associated two-wheel, X-ray four-wheel.
Okay, a few guys doing a couple of different classes. We had a chat with Paul Crompton earlier, who was running 2 different chassis of car in the two-wheel drive and the four-wheel drive as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that is an X-ray sticker on the side of his car, actually. He's always been happy with it. I've got to say, with James, he drove X-ray in both classes for many years. And And he does seem really, really happy with the four-wheel drive, to be fair. Nothing you guys can do to get him to switch over to Schumacher then?
He's been with Schumacher in the past.
Yeah.
Never say never. One of the key things with James is, obviously, he's a farmer. He tells us, I'm not sure if it's always totally true, but he's just crazy busy, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. He gets on this track less than pretty much anybody else, believe it or not, even though it's almost in his back garden.
Yeah.
So he just wants a car that he knows he can just put on the track. He knows the setup that he's got on there. He's not too bothered about it being absolutely perfect, but it will get him round somewhere on the pace.
Yeah.
And he finds out with both of his cars that suit him at the minute, he says. You can see there, I don't know if you notice it, on the end of the straight, there's a nasty bump at the end of the straight, which James just caught there. So you can, as we were saying, it's not terribly flat, and there's a bit of a proper off-road section there. And as you see it this time, if he goes down the straight and hits it again, if you watch him just going on the straight now, end of the straight, there he goes. Didn't quite hit it that time, but there's a bit of a bump there that can throw you offline, and obviously what off-road racing is all about.
Yeah, indeed. He's
looking pretty good. 23.27, best lap for James.
In fact, in this one, that's pretty much up there, isn't it? Really, 22.88 from Baptiste.
Because we're stood back a bit, let's increase it a little bit more.
Okay.
So James Halliwell looking good on the 5-minute pace, but we're still into controlled practice, round 7. So he wants the 2 laps. It's like he's trying to work his way through the traffic.
I think for James, he would appreciate probably being in one of the top 3 heats, to be fair.
Yeah, I think he wouldn't want to be in the top heat.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to be, no disrespect to James, moving out of the way, obviously, for some of these crazy fast guys. Can you see now he's just giving himself some space. He can't get past that car.
Yeah.
So he's going to back it off a little bit, find some space, and then give himself room to now go for 2 fast laps. So that's some clever thinking from James. He knows 5 minutes does not count.
Mm-hmm.
So he's back on the straight now.
We've seen a few of these guys do this as we've had the moving camera go around on some of the other heats. There's we following them. They all of a sudden they slow down. You wonder what they're doing for a second. When you realise it's seeding practice, you go, just getting that little bit of space. You don't want to be up on the back of somebody else because as much as it's virtually you're driving around the same track. If you've got a car within a couple of metres of you, you can never tell if they're going to hit a bobble, if they're going to slide out in front of you, and then you're going to have to anchor up. And it is just something that gets in your head. And regardless of how good you may be of refocusing yourself onto your own car again and trying to ignore everything else that's around you, it's a really, really difficult thing to do. And unless you're, like some of these guys at the very top level, you need that bit of space, especially with these sort of qualifying runs and seeding runs, to just give yourself the peace on the track to be able to do it. Now, he's had a car, as you see, he's coming over the roller. He's had one go over in front of him. Fortunately, Marshall didn't quite get there to get that car over in front of him. So, and James has gone over now. That's going to back him right into somebody else. So that is that lap gone for James. Not got too long left on this one anyway, so only 8 seconds left in this heat. So he's going to bring it round to the line. He should just get over the line, and he does for his last lap. So when James comes round next time, that will be his run over. I don't think he's going to be pushing too hard or needing to give himself a bit of space now. It's the last lap for him. He'll know that.
He's already had that bad lap just now, so he can only, even if this is absolutely rapid, even if it's a 20-second lap, he's got nothing to go with it.
No.
Based on that last one, so he'll just be bringing it round to finish it. I think that's practice number 4 done.
It is. All right, so we're going to roll into a quick ad break, and we'll be back in 30 seconds or so. Welcome back. Thank you for sticking with us. We've just had a look on the YouTube chat, and it says, Dave Loxley says, it's raining pretty heavily about 30 minutes away from the track.
That's those dark clouds that we can see in the distance.
It is. Interesting news. So that could be, I mean, it looks like with the way the wind's going, the clouds aren't quite with us at Robin Hood Raceway. However, if you look just over there, Muzz, out of our...
That's where it normally comes from, Matt. So whatever's coming that way, I can't see, but that is our weather coming this way, whatever you're finding.
Yikes.
What is it?
Big old dark clouds there, Muzz.
Yeah, that's coming this way, so we'll see. Maybe we can get through the round.
Well, I think we've only got, what was that practice? Was that number 4 that had gone through then? So we're on 5 now. So we've only got another, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 25 minutes of actual run time on the track, save a few minutes in between. So about, well, we might just...
I think they're running at 9 minutes at the moment for a complete heat and turnaround. Oof. So it's going to be
that could
touch and go.
It does come this way. That could affect the top sort of 2-3 heats then.
Yeah, potentially.
Obviously, depending on how quickly it can get to us.
Yeah. So we're just checking on the chat. If anyone's got any comments or anything they want to ask myself or Matt, feel free to put it on there.
Okay, let's have a look. Matt Hodges says, "Going Martin. So glad the weather has held," says Brian Crawley, as we are here as well, and so are the drivers. Chewy RC says, "Try being hit in the ankle by an 8th Rallycross car, Muzz."
Oh, thank you.
No, I don't think I'll try that either. I'll give that one a miss.
I think we can imagine what that feels like. Pretty good old lump coming towards you, that thing is.
It is, yeah. Brian Crawley says he's so new, he's just happy to get around once, as a lot of us are, even the seasoned guys here.
Exactly. All got to start somewhere.
Ratamo says, "Hello from Germany. Hi, Germany. How are you doing?" Brian Crawley says, "Hi, Rata." Ratamo says, "Hi." Then we go back to the rainy 30 minutes away.
I think we're pretty much up to date there, are we? Is it?
I think we're there.
Is that the most recent ones?
Yeah. It comes up that way.
Yeah. So I've got Tom Cockerell on track now. He's been improving because Tom's not done a great deal of racing as he's now in his proper Caterham racing that he does.
He is, yeah.
So he's sort of getting himself back in at the Euros, and he's getting quicker as the event goes. So he's 22.92, so not too shabby.
Wow, we're putting the pedal down there a little bit. Who have we got that's quicker than Tom at the moment? So Ben Simpson's done a 22.90 though.
Yeah.
9.02 in it. Tom backs that up with a 23.62.
That's the inconsistency there again, isn't it, by a few tenths?
Yolan de Weird, 22.99 as his best lap. Couldn't really back it up with anything other than the 24 though, so that's going to drop him right down.
I think Tom said from talking to him earlier, he can get in the fast lap or sometimes potentially 2, but the 5 minutes is his main issue with the full concentration and driving at that speed. So he's trying to work on that from what he was saying, and let's see what happens. It just with the lap times it just happens as it is. But his main thing is trying to get consistent.
Yeah, that's it. And it's a strange thing, isn't it? Because you think it's only a 5 minute, it's 5 minutes. But compared to, an 8 scale race, which would be upwards of 30 minutes for a final.
Yeah.
And then I think the difference of the tracks and how big an 8 scale track is, and compared to the sort of acceleration and braking points of these smaller cars here, the intensity of the concentration over a 5 minute 10th scale race is immense.
And
absolutely immense.
As I was just going to touch on there with you, when I was commentating those 2-wheel drive A finals yesterday, I remember we was, I think, a minute 15 into one of the legs, and I could see, Tommy, Marcus, Michael all right on it, and there was all pressuring each other. And I think I said to Tommy, only 3 minutes 45 to go, and he said after that, just felt like so long up there.
I bet.
Unbelievable.
I really did. Yeah, the thing is, when you're out in front, the time, like each lap takes about 4 minutes, doesn't it?
Yeah. You just want it to be over at that point when you're out front and leading, but obviously these guys are all there chasing them down, and serious amounts of pressure at a European Championship, of course.
Yeah, and it's that last lap where you and the guy in second both cross the line for the final one kind of thing, isn't it?
Yeah. That 22, 76 will just come in from Ben Simpson. I think he's backed it up with a 23.06, so only 3/10.
Okay, so
looks like Cocker's getting his consistency ready, in order now, because he's leading this one. So the 5-minute run's looking good.
So Helliwell after his run in round 7. So we're not looking at the overalls here. We're looking at just the round 7 results. Helliwell ended up with 2 in a 46.96. So I'm sure he'll want to do better for himself than that, but it might put him in a heat where he's more comfortable for qualifying. I know these guys have got 2 more rounds of practice to go tomorrow, where they're going to seed for positions in each heat, or their starting position in the first round. However, this is the last round these guys are going to have a chance to seed for the heat they want to be in. So they are going to be pushing as hard as they possibly can at the moment. Finishing this one out now, though, for practice heat number 5. We've got a couple of quick 22s from actually 3 of the guys in there. Tom, Ben Simpson, and Daniel Pohl puts in a 22.94 for his last lap.
Yeah. So it looks like Cockerell's getting his 5-minute run together there. Look, 13.54 doesn't count for anything at the moment, but he'll be pretty happy with that run.
How long do you think before we see the 14 laps come in then, Muzz?
14 laps?
Yeah.
Next run.
You think?
Yeah.
You don't reckon these top... you mean the sort of heat number 5, 6?
Heat 6 will be on 14 laps, I would say, based on Tom doing a 5.4.
Okay.
Looking at the people on the rostrum.
So on the rostrum, or coming up to the rostrum, we have in car number 1, Jamil Gabrielson. 2 is Mortis Lautenbach, obviously the son of NRP owner.
Moritz.
Oh, Moritz. It is
Moritz.
I've
not
been calling
Mortis.
him Mortis.
That's maybe his new name, Mortis.
I think it sounds better.
We'll try that tonight for him when we go for dinner.
Yeah, he's going
Moritz.
to watch this back and never speak to me again. Greg Williams in the 3 car, the Yokomo there. Matt Thompson in his Schumacher for car 4. Dom Nunn in car number 5. Nathan Rawls in his X-Ray in car number 6. Eugene Galley, car number 7. Fabian Widmar in car number 8. And last on the list is Kay Frenner in car number 9. Now, Kay is going to really want to put something down this one. I believe pulled off in the last round of practice after just maybe 2 or 3 laps.
Have you watched much of Kay's runs?
No.
He is awesome. We was on about it at the warm-up. So fast. 120% effort into every corner. You watch him, he'll be so fast, and then all of a sudden there'll be absolute carnage.
Excellent.
But normally the car survives, and he goes and has another go.
That's what you want. Hold on 2 seconds. I'm just going to shut you off there, Muzz.
Boom.
Okay, I think Paul has gone up onto TV Tower.
That's interesting.
Oh, after this one. So next heat we will have... So we're going to do this one with the still camera. Next heat we'll get Paul up onto...
He needs to follow this one. It will be... he will like it. Where are you, Paul?
He's out hiding in the back of the van.
Oh. Come on, Paul. This is an interesting one to see.
Muzz says you've got to come out and do the camera, Paul.
I want to see if... Oh, he's running. Look at that. I want to see if he can keep up with Kay. Because he will be in the scenery, in the fence, all over. Just watch. It's very impressive. This is the one here, the grey car, number 9.
Just got under us now.
Just watch that car down the straight.
Through the switchbacks, down the straight goes.
There is full-on commitment into every corner. Very little backing off. He's picked it up already. Look at that.
Wow. Oh, man, he's got some lines on it as well.
He's
Look
all,
at that.
yeah, very, very fast. You watch over the 2 laps, he'll be right there. But
okay.
just the consistency, because Kay just...
Oh, man, what a line through there.
Full on.
Jeez.
Look at that.
Okay,
22.6.
Oh, no prisoners through the off-camber sweeper there. Now, kept himself out of it with that slide into that. It almost brought him to a complete halt.
Up on 2 wheels. If anyone's going to hit the big Marshall guard,
Oh,
this could be it.
God. Okay, so he's going to start again now. So we're looking at him getting... You can get 2 clean laps in at this sort of pace. But then we were saying earlier on, the cars that often look fast generally aren't the fastest ones on there. You look at the really smooth cars that are going around and you see they've got the pace. Now, this looks incredibly fast. Whether it will be quick or not, we're yet to see.
Another 22.6.
22.6, very nice.
Just need to put another one with it. So up on 2 wheels again. Look at that. You can see the daylight underneath. Kay loves this track. Certainly fully committed and fully on it.
Absolutely. Look at that through there. Lovely. Touching the apex. Knocks that one as well. Bangs it down the straight. What was that last lap for Kay there? A 22.8. So backed up with the 22.6.
Pretty good.
Full-on commitment. It's almost like watching Dave Belston race in the day.
Absolutely. Just waiting for the backflip to come, aren't you?
You are, yeah. That is full commitment past it up the step up there.
Even going into turn 1, it's not much of a lift at all at the end of the straight. If Kay could keep this together for a full 5-minute run,
Unbelievable,
he's going to be knocking on the door.
Yeah.
Kay's reeling the car in front of him.
Wow, look at that. Look at this line here. Straight in. No messing about. So this is what we want to see from RC Racing, is people driving like this at the absolute... Oh, over he goes.
We just scored it in with the last lap, not much backing off at the end of the straight. Now he's going to be angry now. He's going to just reset,
Yeah,
get himself.
Time.
Here we go, and we're back on it again.
Get those sighting laps in. Make sure you're there.
No sighting laps with Kay. It'll be full tilt from the word go.
Get that sighting single corner in,
Exactly.
and off you go.
Oh, look at that for a lander.
Yeah.
So see,
Okay, here we go.
People's times while you're just watching them on screen. Best laps 22.04 from Kay. That's the quickest.
Wow.
We're back to 29.49, I think.
That's a shame. Okay, so this will be first clear lap since the crash. A little bit of a catch on the off-camber sweeper. Down the straight goes. What was that lap there?
22.67.
22.67. I think that is where Kay obviously got... Oh, dear. And this is where the overcommitment gets you, you see. It's all very well punching it absolutely everywhere, but sometimes you've just got to back yourself out, bottle it, and survive it.
Exactly, yeah. Kay certainly got some serious power in that car. Oh, look at that. Held onto it on 2 wheels. Some control there.
This is just fun at this point now, isn't it?
It is.
There's no. You are well aware that you are not putting the fastest laps in when you're driving like that.
And he knows that now, so you watch this next lap because it's going to be absolutely full-on commitment.
Well, he has not got much of a chance. So 20-odd seconds left on the clock. Oh.
It was always going to end up like that. Oh, what marshalling? Didn't even look just to chuck that car back on. It's like, oh, it's that car again. Just done it to me 2 laps before. I'm not running for that one again.
Like myself, I like that Marshall. Does not want to be doing physical exercise if he can avoid it.
So hopefully Paul was happy with that, and it was worth the run up the stairs to get to see that bit of entertainment.
Don't make him talk. He'll still be out of breath now.
We'll just see him come sliding back down the rail in a minute.
We'll get him a fireman's pole, I think.
He's got to stay up there now because we're moving on to the faster top heat, so I guess we're going to follow some more cars.
Okay, so let's have a look.
He's back down already.
22.56, 22.36, 22.51. We're going to pop into a very quick ad break. We'll be back shortly. Just to let you know, quickest lap on that one's 22.04 from Kay. That was well worth watching that.
So we're back with you once again. So just saw a bit of entertainment there. That was practice 6. Practice 7 coming on next. We'll just look at the drivers as we're working our way through to the quicker heats now. So car 1 is going to be Max Goetzel. Car 2, Wesley van Helmond. 3, Pekko Ivonen. 4, Ed Callan. 5, Tyler Liddell. 6, Ben Jemison. 7th, Alexander Landon. 8th, Phil Slay. And 9th, Elias Johansson.
Excellent heat, this one. I'd like to see Phil Slay go round in car 8, if we can, please, Paul. Just enough time to let you know you're watching the EFRA Tony Sport 1/10th Electric Off-Road European Championships, brought to you by Schumacher Racing, Hobbywing and Tony Sport. We're at the wonderful Robin Hood Raceway venue just outside of Blythe, Nottinghamshire. You're about to watch heat number 8 of timed and seeding practice go. We're going to follow round Phil Slay in car number 8.
So some quick guys in this one, I think, coming up.
Okay. Okay, looks like Paul's picked him up there.
Yeah, that's Phil Slate. Oh, good timing, Paul. Just as he goes for a full-on wheelie. Oh, and sideways moment.
Yeah, there you go. Just backing out a little bit. Now you'll see him back down. Give him space, a little bit of space on track. He knows he's got space behind him to pull out of it, so he's just let those guys go. Full on now, over the line he goes. So let's give a couple of laps with Phil before we swap out.
Just like Mr. Halliwell there, an experienced racer, knows what is required, doesn't matter about the 5 minutes, just wants the quick 2 laps or 2 consecutive laps.
Different approach to the likes of Neil, you see.
Yeah.
Now, as he said, he will come out and he'll do a 5-minute run, regardless of whether it's seeding or anything else. Neil's on for a 5-minute.
Thing with Neil and some of the other top guys, they know they are super fast and they don't need to work for just a single lap because they're going to be fast anyway. So I think their concentration mode is, like Neil said, to get the 5-minute run because he knows that, oh, look at Slay, that's not ideal.
Game over.
I think we'll follow another one.
Oh,
Pecco's pretty quick, car number 3. Maybe you want to pick that one up. Pecco is coming round. Let's pick him up in front of us now, Paul.
Yeah, there you go. So we'll do a couple of laps with Pecco there. Hopefully we can not force him into the same error as Phil with the commentator's curse, but we will see.
Just on the 22.27, backs it up with 22.38.
And that's some quick times right there.
Yeah.
However, I will tell you, Muzz, that top of the pile at the moment is Kay Frenner with a 2 in a 44.22.
What did we say? If Kay can get 2 laps together. So Kay could seed in the top 8, possibly.
It's a low 44, and we only saw Orlowski go into the 43s. So
that's fast, isn't it?
That is quick. So Kay, one of those drivers that can drive a car, make it look quick, and make it go quick as well.
Maybe Kay will want to put forward to the race to be 2 laps.
Yeah,
have a new format. 5 minutes, sack that off. No, 2 laps. So, Pecco, 22.3 last time through. He's driving nicely. Another youngish driver.
I'll tell you what, I'd quite like it if, after this lap, Paul, we could find car number 9. I'll try and keep an eye out as it goes past that. I know which one it is. So
onto the straight now.
We'll just get Pecco through the end of this lap. Well, nice line through there. Get the front wheels down on that. Okay, so Pecco goes through. Top of the last lap was a 23.14
in front of the rostrum.
So car 9 just coming past us now. Oh, pulled over to one side. Okay, so this is Elias Johansson in the Serpent. And no, not that one, Paul. Just going into the bomb hole now.
That's the one.
There you go. Okay, so this is Elias Johansson. Ian the Serpent, one of the, I believe, possibly the only Serpent here, isn't it?
I think possibly. Yeah, I've not heard of anyone else running one. Max Gertzel, 22-1 while you guys are watching this. See if we can back it up with anything. Maybe we'll have a quick update on the chat after this one, Matt. Oh, hit the marshal guard off camera there. That white car, it survived. Just flicked through and caught the
Dong of Justice?
Yeah, just caught the edge of it. Pity we wasn't following that car. But we'll...
we can't force them all into it, Muzz. We can't.
It was the white car, whichever that one was.
Okay, so Elias coming past us over the tabletop, past the step up there, through commentator's corner. Oh, the two cars really close together there, but working together to get through. So Elias there, a good time on that last lap with a 22.8.
It was Ben Jemison because there was only one winner. He thought he got away with it. But the Marshall Guard won again.
They often do. They often do.
So closing down this one anyway. So, still only 22-1, Max Gertzel. So none of these guys in the 21s as yet.
No, we've had a couple of low 22, so 3 in the sub 22.5 seconds. So up there with the pace, but it just goes to show these initial seeding heats where they go for practice. Not always in a perfect order. You can't always judge it like that. Some people are so much quicker in a two-wheel drive than they are a four, and obviously vice versa the other way around. So the guys that do these events and put the heat lists together absolutely do the best they can to try and give everybody an even and fair standing to start the competition out with. We are now going to move into your
number 8
heat number 8. So this is the second from last heat that we're going to see today.
This has got Misha Vidmeyer in it, another 21. Was it 21.8 he did?
I believe so.
So we've got car 1 going out, Josh Holdsworth. Car 2, Noah Ben Mohammed. Car 3, Jamie Hall. Car 4, Lee Martin. 5, Luke Holdsworth. 6, Hupo Honigol. 7th, Misha Vidmeyer. 8th, Jesper Rasmussen. And car 9, Clement Boda.
Okay, thank you very much, Muzz. We will just have a quick look through the chat there. So we've got a couple of people. Noah drives a Schumacher, not associated. Okay.
Noah Kaufman, that is.
And then we've got Jamie RC says, just started raining at Chesterfield.
That's not very far away at all, is it?
No, not far at all. I think we're going to scrape through, though, from where we are, unless something absolutely bonkers happens in the next sort of 5 minutes. I think we're going to get through the next 2 heats okay.
Looking out the door, there is blue sky coming, so we've avoided it for today.
Excellent stuff. Mark Burton-Young says, lol, K. Frenner, the commitment is ace, and it certainly is. Matthias RC says, hello from Sweden. Hello, Sweden. How are you doing out there? Magnus Berglund says, go both of the Swedes. And Alexander and Elias are obviously his 2 favourites there. So off we go for heat number 8. Who would you like, Muzz? We got no requests at the moment. You take your pick.
I think based on what he did last time, we should pick up car 7, Misha Vidmeyer.
Let's do it.
So see where Misha is. Try and follow where his eyesight is. He's looking through the middle of the track. In front of the driver's stand, and next one coming past us now. Oh, it's clearing the corner. Maybe that's why it was a 21.8. So onto the straight.
That was fairly committed through there. And a bit of a slappy landing. I'd say a slappy landing. The chassis obviously hit the ground pretty hard there, and that's once you got your chassis on the ground, your suspension isn't doing its job anymore. So you're trying to avoid that if you can and get the smoother landings. However, let's see how we get on here. Nicer, much nicer through there that side. A little bit wide going into the switchbacks, but wow, an awesome line out of the end corner onto the main straight there. Really committed through the off-camber sweeper.
22.84 for Misha last time through.
Quick lap there. Needs to take about 0.4 off of that to really be in any sort of contention for the top heats, though.
He's risking it through past that Marshall guard there. That's where he's saving his time looking at this. So this is going to be pretty quick. 22.31.
That's where we wants to be.
So So we'll keep an eye on him as he comes round, driving nicely. He's on 2 wheels. He goes into the bomb hole, just got away with it. Coming past the tabletop now, past the driver's stand.
Surprising what time he would have lost in the bomb hole, though. We'll see how it pans out as he comes through. Whereas commitment out of the step up there.
22.36. So if he wasn't on 2 wheels into the bomb hole, that was probably the 21. So Misha certainly got the pace once again.
Yeah.
He's gone clean into the bomb hole this time, through the chicane.
Oh, that's a speedy line out of the chicane there.
He's just coming up on... Oh, look at that. That was skimming the marshal guard.
That was too much there. He lost time on that, unfortunately.
22.4.
Overcommitted to it. Shame, because it's impressive to see stuff like that, but it just means when you're in a race, you've got another car's gone underneath you, don't you?
It just shows you how these guys are trying the line. Here he comes again. We'll see what line he takes this time. Next one through. Yeah, he's clearing it. This is going to be quick.
Oh, that is a tight line through there. That's the best he's done that through into the switchbacks there.
22 flat. Look at that.
Wow. Oh.
So he's got to reset and go again. So do you want to pick someone else up probably? Maybe... Who else is looking quick out there? Lee Martin done a 22.2, car number 4. Probably follow Lee. He's just going down the end of the straight now. There he is. That's Lee Martin.
There we go. Lee obviously struggled a bit, as we said, in the two-wheel drive portion of the event, but he's picked himself back up, dusted himself off, and ready to go for the four-wheel drive.
Yeah, tied on points. There was watching it on the computer as it was moving around yesterday at the end of qualifying. It was Lee Martin, Neil Craig, and Bruno Coelho all tied on 11 points. And 1 minute Lee was in, then he was out. Oh, he's definitely out at this point. He's going to have to reset and go again. Still got 1:45 to go, so he's got the time.
You wouldn't ever count Lee out, though, at that point, would you?
Not at all, no. He's probably going to... I think he's going to back it off. He's got a car ahead of him, but not much clear space anywhere at the minute. So I think Lee's just going to keep on it. And we'll see what he can do on the next lap.
I don't think the choice of backing off is there with the two cars behind him. He'd have to wait for too long, I think. Oh!
We should have been on Misha. Last lap, 21.81.
Wow.
Backs it up with a 22.29.
That's got to be there at the top, hasn't it?
So not on camera, but Lee Martin is we're following at the moment. Misha's just a couple of cars ahead. So we'll see if Lee's catching Misha.
Both of them there.
We know that it's on pace.
Oh, and Lee getting caught up a little bit with, I'm not too sure who that was. Was that Crompton he got caught up with then, or is no, Crompton's in the next one?
Luke Holdsworth, he was getting past there, I believe.
Similar shell. Blue and white shells are a popular one, aren't they?
Yeah. 45 seconds pretty much to go.
Okay.
So it's now or never. If they're going to bang in these 2 laps, Misha's coming through now. Lee Martin right behind.
Up the step up he goes into the switchbacks, and a lovely lets him through there, in through the off-camber sweeper, gets himself over the roller nicely, keeps all 4 wheels absolutely flat over the roller. Lovely line into the bum hole there, and straight through the chicane. As Muzz was saying earlier, it's not a chicane for these top drivers. It's just a thin, small straight for him.
22.37 for Lee. Let's see what he backs it up with. Just crossing the line in a second. 22.24. So Lee has put 2 good laps together.
Can he do anything with this one is the question. I think he was a little bit wider going into the roller than he was on the last lap, so he might have lost a bit there, but it's all going to be on the later half of the track. See how he comes out of the tabletop and onto the step-up. Yeah, a little bit wobbly there. I don't think he's got anything super special out of this one. Might be a low 22.
22.6, so slower than the other 2, so the other pair of laps that he's got put together.
So let's have a look when this one updates after this is finished. So Josh Holdsworth does actually take this one by the looks of it. 14s, 2 14s to go in this one, Muzz.
Yeah. Yeah, straight in the 14s with these guys. So depending what Misha got with that 21.81, he could be top of the pile. Maybe Noah Ben Mohamed's going to be knocking on the door somewhere there. Josh Holdsworth as well. Lee Martin, as we saw, he's going to be in the mix. So it'll be interesting to see as these results update. So while we're waiting for that to update, practice number 9 is coming up next, final one of the day. So the drivers are car 1, Michael Orlowski, 2, Bruno Coelho, 3, Paul Crompton, 4th, Neil Craig, 5th, Daniel Kobovic, 6th, Marcus Carup, 7th, Tommy Hall, 8th, Ben Smith, 9th, Una Hartonen, and 10th, Jorn Neumann.
So who do you think is top of the pile, Muzz?
Looking at that, I think Misha's probably just still got it.
2 in a 44-1 for Mika.
Yep. That was
Kay.
impressive without even sitting. Look at Kay, still there in second.
Still up there in second. Then we got Noah Ben Mohammed, 22, 2 in a 44.37. Pecco Ivanen, 2 in a 44.59. Lee Martin comes in, 2 in a 44.61. That was those 2 laps you were talking about, Muzz.
Yeah.
Matt Scott's all in the 6th, saying a 44.63. 44.66 for Honegal. Josh Holdsworth, 44.69. Jamil Gabrielson, 44.80, and Alexander Landon, a 44.96. Now, of course, it's the fastest 2 laps out of this round and the previous round. So if you've got a better one this time, that's what's going to count. If your last one was your better 2, that's what's going to count. So don't take these as the finals. This is just for round number 8, which is the final seeding round. And we are now going into heat number 9. So it's practice round number 7, and we're going into heat number 9.
Practice 8 going into 9.
But we're in round 7.
Oh, round, sorry. I thought you meant the...
That's exactly... You've done exactly what I did.
There we go. So this is the last one of the day.
Okay, let's get Orlowski on screen if we can. 1. Green cars.
Just coming past the driver's stand.
There you go. Just coming up to us now, mate. There we go. Lovely job. Thank you, Paul.
I would say, based on that, Matt, what did you have on the... Just check the overalls again. So 44.1 for Misha. 3 in this heat, I think, are going to be sub 44s. Well, that's what they're going to need to be 43 something, aren't they?
Yeah.
So we'll see what they can do. But what about Kay? Or record and on camera, you can have a look back at them laps and
we did give him plenty of love in that heat as well. So Michael's come round. I haven't seen him make a mistake yet.
Bruno off camera, 21.93. Orlowski just on a 22.09 you've just seen on the camera.
Okay, so let's see what he backs it up this time round. He's got a lovely line into the first tabletop and round the berm there. He's taking that tight Neil Cragg line through with the 4-wheel drives, as Neil was talking to us about earlier. Absolutely fantastic round the switchbacks for Michael.
21.77,
wow.
Fastest lap of the day.
Let me just scribble down a fastest lap of 21.77.
Tell you what, we're making some pretty good calls between us on which cars to follow. And these one for Paul, he's got to be pretty impressed with these. So Orlowski 21.77. Can he back it up with anything else sub 22?
Let's see if he does.
20.
Oh
no, Mike's had a mistake. That was Bruno, sorry. So Bruno done a 21.84 off camera, and I think he's backed it with a 22 flat.
Wow. So Bruno looking at a 43.84 as his hot laps for this one at the moment.
If you want to pick Bruno up, he's at the end of the main straight. Probably keep an eye on him.
Just coming over the roller now.
That's the one.
There we go.
21.86 last time through for Bruno. Off camera, Marcus Care up. 21.85, second place man yesterday in 2-wheel drive.
Oh, Bruno's had a mistake coming past the Donga Justice there.
Yep, so he's going to have to reset.
Okay, so let's give Bruno these next 2 laps and then we'll switch on to somebody else.
21.71 off camera for Care up. That's a new hot lap of the day. Your pen's going to be busy. Keep writing these fast laps down.
Was it 21.71?
21.71.
Wow.
We'll ask you on 21.77, so we can scratch that and go 21.71.
So we're just getting word that the temperature on the track in the last half an hour has really fallen off the edge of a cliff. We've got a couple of the guys out here in hoodies and stuff walking around at the moment. And you see the marshals on the track pretty much all with hoodies and trousers on today. It's
not like you and me in shorts and T-shirt inside here, mate.
I don't know what's wrong with them, Muzz.
The cloud cover is obviously helping towards the pace of the track, as we know. Bit of cloud cover can make it super quick.
Yeah, indeed, indeed.
So do you want to probably pick up Marcus as he's done the fastest lap?
Yeah,
number
so
6.
That was a 22.20 on Bruno's last one. Let's just see what he does. He crosses the line on this one.
Yeah.
21.97 on Bruno's last lap. So,
Marcus is just coming past us now.
There you go. Yeah, that's Carrot. Okay, so Carrot onto the straight. Nicely through the sweeper.
Super quick, these guys. I think we were calling it right. Probably top 3, maybe 4.
Yeah.
Going to go into the top 3 or 4.
Nice line through there. You see the top guys, they're not all of them aren't taking that really sharp line past the up the step up here.
No.
They're keeping the wheels down, Muzz, and they're keeping the power through, and that's just driving them forwards all the time. I think that's the difference between these top guys, is they understand that they don't want that airtime. They want the car on the floor driving forward, so they can always have the acceleration out of it.
As Phil Booth, very experienced engineer from Schumacher, has always taught me, while the car is in the air, you are not going forward. So you want to keep it, as like you say, as low as you can. Keep the wheels down and moving, and momentum moving forward.
Okay, so we got about 35 seconds left of this one now. We're just going to follow this one through with Marcus Carrot to the end. A little bit slow coming into the second tabletop there. We'll see what this lap gets in. Unfortunately, a little bit of tank slapper going into the start of the switchbacks there.
You can see from that, it cost him like half a second. Oh, look at that.
Oh, that's got to be Crompton, isn't it?
It was Crompton, yeah. Off camera, but it was Crompton. You caught it by even seeing the chassis, without even looking at the body show.
I just saw the state of the crash happening. I know who that is.
So the Crompton or it's K.
Yeah, that's it.
So we've got Bruno, Michael and Marcus, all sub-22s this run.
And Marcus has finished his run now. He just didn't quite make it over the line in time.
Shall I go and get one of these guys for you? Do you want Bruno or Marcus? You have a few quick words?
Bruno was finished. Yeah, let's get Bruno if we can.
Oh, we'll go and see if I can find him.
So Bruno did a 14 in a 5:12.28. That is easily the fastest we've seen today. So that is the final round of seeding practice for these guys today. We aren't going to have any more racing on track. We're going to have a little chat with Bruno just before we go off air. We had a little bit of a catch up with him on the pit walk earlier. But we'll just get him in to see how he is feeling after that one. We'll have a look at the quick overalls. So, where are we on the overalls here? I'm going to just wait for this to update a second. Okay, so we're just waiting for the results of round 7 to update. A little while just to get through. There we go. So, unbelievably, it's Marcus Kerrup that has taken the quickest 2-lap pace in the last heat. So we've just had Bruno Coelho join us. How are you, Bruno? How are you doing?
Hello, hello.
Second time we've had a chat today. It's becoming a habit, isn't it?
Yeah, it's coming.
How are you finding the track now? Told it was one of your most difficult tracks you'd ever raced on, but it doesn't seem to be like that from the scores on the doors at the moment.
Yeah, it still is pretty difficult. Like everybody has a good pace. The track is, I think the layout it's kind of easy.
Yeah.
But there are so many bumps around that you need to take the risk to make a faster lap.
Yeah.
And when I say a faster lap, we are talking about 1 or 2 tenths faster, which is nothing. And normally on the other, like the layout from the warm-up, you could actually force the car or take the risk, and you can get like 3-4 tenths, which is quite good. And now we are talking about 1 or 2 tenths when you force it, and like the cost of forcing is so high. Like you can just flip the car and then lose 1 or 2 seconds, which you will never recover back.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's pretty difficult because of that, because the track has so many bumps, and you want to go faster, but you are going to have the risk to flip just to get 1 or 2 tenths.
Yeah, this is it.
So, and everybody is so fast, everybody's doing the same lap times, and you want to be, a little bit faster to have that comfort, but you cannot, because if you force and you flip, you lose everything. So
yeah, that's it. How are you? There's a particular bobble that Muzz has pointed out at the bottom of the straight before you go into the first corner. I think it's a bit of a wider line. And that's caught a few people out. That's really dragged them out onto the top line of the sort of off camber corner that we've got there. How are you finding it going into the off camber? Because there's a number of bumps along here that are really throwing a few people out.
Yeah, it's that section is pretty hard because it's kind of a straight. When you make it perfect, the car really flies there, it's like super fast. But as soon as you get it wrong, your car will just start to jump, and you lose immediately like 2 or 3 tenths there, and that's it. And then you cannot recover in other part of the track. So you just need to be to be careful.
So, any particular changes you've made to the car throughout the day today that have helped you out at all, do you think?
Yeah, our car started to work very well from the beginning. We have made some small changes because we don't want to go too far from the setup, as it was working pretty good from the beginning. So we have changed small things like the diff a little bit harder, suspension a little bit softer through the day because it's getting colder during the day. Now, like last heat, we tried the diffs harder, which they were not really good. So we went back again now, and we changed some things on the suspension now. It works pretty good. But again, we are talking about tenths, which is I saw Orlowski. I started behind him. He flipped in beginning, and then we kept until the end exactly the same.
Yeah.
So it was again like he was in front of me. He made the best lap. He made like 21.8. Immediately he flipped because he took the risk to make that lap, and then again he flipped and he lost everything because he was trying to make the best lap. And again, as I said, it's a very particular track where you cannot really you can force, but the risk is so high because you cannot really make like 3 or 4 tenths in one lap. And I think the warm-up lap, the warm-up track, you have this section here on this left side of the track, which you could really get like 3 tenths if you make it, 3 or 4 tenths if you make it perfectly, if you really send the car. And 3 tenths is very good. If you make 2 laps in a row, is immediately 6, 7 tenths in one lap, which is pretty good. On this track, if you force it, you get like 1 tenth or 2, which is nothing. So for the risk.
I got you. Bruno, absolute pleasure as always.
Thank you very much
for coming in. We'll definitely catch up with you through qualifying and probably when you win at the end of the finals. We'll have a good chat with you then. We'll see.
I'll come without you ask me.
Okay, nice. Great stuff. Pleasure as always. Thank you, Bruno. We'll catch up with you soon. We're just going to get Muzz back in. Let's have a very quick update on the scores, Muzz. Just read us through the top 10, and then I will feed us out for the day.
Okay, let's just have a quick look. I think we made a pretty good call there. How many did I say was going to go sub 44? Do you remember?
Was it 3 or 4?
3.
3.
And 3 have, but by a bit of a chunk. So, fastest, Marcus Carup, 43.56.
Wow.
For 2 consecutive laps. Second, the man we've just been talking to, Bruno Coelho, 43.75. So Marcus has got 2 tenths there on the fastest 2 consecutive. Michael Orlowski, third, 43.83. So they're the sub-44s. Misha Vidmeyer, fourth, 44.10. Kay Freyner, fifth, 44.22.
Wow.
Sixth, Noah Ben Mohammed, 44.37. Seventh, Daniel Kobovic, 44.52. Eighth, Una Hartonen, 44.57. Ninth, Pekko Ivanen, 44.59. And 10th, Tommy Hall, 44.60. So 1 second covering the top 10.
So 1 British guy in the top 10.
I think you might be right on that one. Local knowledge is obviously very good, isn't it? Yes, 1 in the top 10, which is 10th, Tommy Hall. And then from 10th to 15th, 1/10 of a second.
Wow. Okay, that is it from us today. Muzz, thank you so much for coming in and joining us today. It's been an absolute pleasure.
You're welcome.
You guys have been watching the EFRA Tony Sport 1/10 Electric Off-Road European Championships, brought to you live by Schumacher Hobby Wing and Tony Sport. We are at Robin Hood. We will be back tomorrow for 2 more rounds of heat seeding practice. Hopefully that makes sense for what I've said earlier today. And then we will bang into qualifying. So, thank you very much for joining us, everybody. It's been a pleasure, and we are RCTV and Control Sport, and we'll see you tomorrow.